The House will be in order. The chair lays out the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 9, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Sylvia R. Garcia to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Almighty God, our lives are in your hands. In you do we find wisdom and strength. From you are we provided counsel and understanding. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth should change, though the mountains shake in the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam, though the mountains tremble in the heart of the sea. God, be in the midst of us, in the midst of this chamber, in this city, in this country, and in this world. In the dawning of this morning, God, help us all. The nations are in an uproar, but at the sound of your voice, kingdoms totter. When you speak, the earth melts. Then speak into the cacophony of chaos and topple all pride and arrogance. Utter your words of wisdom and melt the folly of fear-mongering. Silence all voices but your own. Then let us be still and know that you alone are God. In the strength of your name, we offer our prayers this day. Amen.
Amen. Pursuant to Section 11A of the House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Kansas, Ms. Davids.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek...
You're requesting one for suspension of the House?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Friday, a student brought a gun into Olathe East High School. By noon, 3 people, an assistant principal, a school resource officer, and a student were on their way to the Overland Park Regional Medical Center with gunshot wounds. Students hid in classrooms, sending texts that every parent dreads receiving, someone's shooting inside the school. Thanks to the actions of Officer Eric Clark and the assistant principal, Caleb Stoppel, those parents were able to reunite with their students safely on Friday afternoon. We're all grateful and hoping for their full recovery. I know I'm not alone in thinking that things could have been much worse were it not for their intervention. I would also like to commend the Olathe Police Department, Fire Department, and Johnson County Med Act for their exemplary response. Thank you for helping to keep our community safe. These are the headlines that every American is tired of reading, that everyone fears will come to their doorstep. We must step up mental health support in schools, not just in the aftermath of trauma, but permanently. And I stand with every parent, educator, student, and Kansan who has come together to call for common sense gun safety. We have to be brave enough to put our kids' lives first. Thank you, and I yield back.
She yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
To request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, the Biden administration imposed sanctions on Russian energy imports. Biden finally listened to Republicans, but it means nothing if he's unwilling to take action to restore American energy independence today. The alternative is President Biden begging countries like Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, and Iran for energy, in which case all we have done is trade one tyrant for another. It's clear what we must do to lower energy costs. Open the Keystone XL pipeline, encourage expedited permits, allow leasing on federal lands. But it's unclear whether this administration is willing to put aside its Green New Deal pipe dream to make it happen. It's absolutely shameful that the President would rather make deals with our adversaries than build the Keystone XL pipeline or remove burdensome regulations on America's energy producers. Under every single circumstance, Biden has chosen foreign energy over American energy, adversarial nations over the American people. That is the definition of America last.
The gentleman's time has expired.
It's time to put America first. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a true New Hampshire original, a dedicated public servant, and a passionate advocate for the causes that he held dear. Rennie Cushing, the Democratic leader of the New Hampshire House of Representatives, passed away on Monday after a courageous battle with cancer. I served with Rennie in the State House. I saw firsthand his compassion, empathy, and good faith that he brought to every issue and every debate. He was guided by a strong moral compass and a sense of liberty and justice, right and wrong. His life leaves a hole in New Hampshire that can never be filled. And we should all take inspiration from the legacy that he leaves behind. We'll miss our friend, and New Hampshire will miss the tireless spirit of a man who spent his life in the arena, striving to make people's lives better and striving to make hope and history rhyme. My thoughts are with his family, his 3 daughters, and all who knew him and were touched by his example. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent of the House to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to share the story of a family in my district that is working to make sure their friends and neighbors know where and how their beef is raised. Last Saturday, the Nave family of Comanche, a 6th-generation farming family, officially opened the new Nave family beef processing plant. For generations, the Nave family has raised cattle and grown crops in eastern Iowa, with 3 generations currently working the farm in Comanche. For years, smaller meatpacking operations like the Naves have faced an uphill battle against the bigger meat packers in the industry. Last year, I introduced the Meatpacking Special Investigators Act to tackle anti-competitive prices in the meat and poultry industries that threaten the American food supply and U.S. national security. Right now, the 4 big meat packers purchase and process 85% of the total U.S. beef production. My legislation would give the Department of Agriculture the tools it needs to crack down on bad actors and push for fair competition within the marketplace. Overconcentration in the meatpacking industry is costing Iowa farmers money left and right, while the average American pays more at the store. I will continue to fight for family operations like the Naves and wish them the best of luck as they begin this new journey and improvise to create a better marketplace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Girl Scouts of San Jacinto Council on their century of service to the girls of Southeast Texas. 100 years ago, the Girl Scouts of San Jacinto Council was founded in Houston, Texas. Today, the council has grown immensely to 54,000 Girl Scouts members. That's a lot of girls who are being empowered to lead and serve. You see, Girl Scouts are change makers who become bold and strong leaders. In fact, the 117th Congress boasts a record number of women members, and more than 55% of us are Girl Scout alums. Well, I never really was a Girl Scout. I served on their board for many years in Houston, and I know firsthand, no matter what these Girl Scouts choose to do in life, they will be well prepared. I can't wait to see what the next 100 years will bring to Girl Scouts of San Jacinto Council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is my great privilege to honor Enterprise High School's men's basketball team on winning their first ever Class 7A championship. As a Wildcat alum, I could not be prouder of these young men and their dedication and performance. The players who sweated through countless practices, the coaches who led them, the faithful Wildcat fans who traveled to support the team should all be proud of this remarkable achievement. Coach Rhett Harrelson, a friend and fellow Enterprise native, and his staff deserve great credit for leading our young men to this championship. Our fans have our sincere appreciation for ensuring that the home games were rowdy and our team always had familiar faces screaming at the away games. As a fellow Wildcat, I want to honor this amazing team for all they have accomplished, and I look forward to watching this program continue to grow. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recently attended a gathering of the local Ukrainian American community in my district. I heard so many heartbreaking accounts. One man, Joe Galazin, told me about his wife, Elena, their 2 kids, 9-year-old Alyssa and 16-year-old Danilo. The children were expecting to start school soon in the same Pennsylvania public schools where my 2 children went many years ago. Instead, they got trapped in Kharkiv. Unable to get out before the bombs began raining down, they found refuge in a bomb shelter. My office is in communication with the family. They are in a holding pattern in Lviv, uncertain of how or when they will be able to make the increasingly dangerous trip to the Polish border. These children will never be able to unsee the devastation they witnessed. They know that relatives who had to stay behind may lose their lives. Why? Because of this completely unprovoked, illegal invasion and these airstrikes on civilians who simply want to live in peace. The justice is overwhelming. We must redouble our efforts to support the Ukrainian people in this fight for their sovereignty. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I send to the desk a privileged report from the Committee on Rules for filing under the rule.
The clerk will read the title.
Report to accompany House Resolution 972, resolution providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill H.R. 2471 to measure the progress of the post-disaster recovery and efforts to address corruption, governance, rule of law, and media freedoms in Haiti, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 75, making further continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6968 to prohibit the importation of energy products of the Russian Federation and for other purposes.
Refer to the House calendar and ordered printed.
Madam Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 972 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 67, House Resolution 972. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to take from the Speaker's table the bill H.R. 2471 to measure the progress of post-disaster recovery and efforts to address corruption, governance, rule of law, and media freedoms in Haiti, with the Senate amendment thereto, and to consider in the House, without intervention of any point of order, a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-35. The Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the motion to its adoption without intervening motion. The question of adoption of the motion shall be divided for a separate vote on all of the matter proposed to be inserted by the amendment of the House other than divisions B, C, F, X, and Z, and titles 2 and 3 of Division N. The 2 portions of the divided question shall be considered in the order specified by the Chair. If either portion of the divided question fails of adoption, then the House shall consider to have made no disposition of the Senate amendment. Section 2, the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations and the Chair of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence may insert in the congressional record not later than March 11, 2022, such material as they may deem explanatory of the Senate amendment and the motion specified in the first section of this resolution. Section 3, Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 75, making further continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 4. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6968, to prohibit the importation of energy products of the Russian Federation and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions of the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, my good friend Mr. Cole, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume, and during consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, let me wish you good morning, and my good friend Mr. Cole, good morning. It feels like just a couple of hours ago I was saying good morning. But let me say to the gentleman, he looks marvelous for getting no sleep, and it's great to be with you. Madam Speaker, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 972, providing for the consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 2471, the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2022. It provides for a motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 2471 with a House amendment and 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations. It divides the question on adoption of the motion into 2 votes in the order specified by the chair, and provides that if any portion of the divided question fails, the House shall be considered to have made no disposition of the Senate amendment. The rule also provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 75, the extension of Continuing Appropriations Act of 2022 under a closed rule. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 6968, the Suspending Energy Imports from Russia Act, under a closed rule. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means, and provides 1 motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, the bills contained in this rule are about investing in our communities and families here at home and living up to our values abroad. Throughout last summer, House Democrats were hard at work passing appropriation bills, funding nearly all of the federal government to build on the momentum of our economic recovery. This full-year omnibus is the product of extensive bipartisan, bicameral negotiations. Both sides have come together to produce an agreement to fund the government that I think has resulted in a very, very good bill. This means this agreement does not include everything I wanted, and I know it doesn't include everything my Republican friends wanted. But I think at the end of the day, it's a good package that is going to benefit the American people. I especially want to recognize Chairwoman DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger and thank them for forging a bipartisan path forward. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the incredible staff of the Appropriations Committee, as well as the incredible staff of the Rules Committee, Democrats and Republicans, who have worked tirelessly to bring this legislation to the floor today. I think most of my colleagues here do not appreciate how hard the staff works, and I think the American people ought to be proud of those who serve up here in both parties for their public service. the work of Chairwoman DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger could not have come at a more critical time. We are at a moment in history that demands a strong, confident America. And the certainty provided by this omnibus will allow us to tackle some of our country's biggest challenges by helping to support good-paying American jobs, by building ladders of opportunity for hardworking families, by confronting the existential threat of climate change, and by investing in life-saving research into maternal health, mental health, and opiate abuse. I am proud that we negotiated a government funding package that centers the needs of middle-class and working families, not the rich and not on powerful special interests. I'm particularly proud that one of the provisions included in this package is funding for a White House conference on food, nutrition, hunger, and health. It is something that we have worked together on in a bipartisan way in the Rules Committee and with Democrats and Republicans in the Senate. We live in the United States of America, the richest country on the history of this planet. And yet, as we gather here today, close to 40 million of our fellow citizens don't know where the next meal is going to come from. There is not a single congressional district in America that is hunger-free. We ought to be ashamed of that. And hunger is a political condition. We can solve this problem, but we need to have the political will. And this conference, I hope, will provide that political will. I'll remind my colleagues the last time we had a conference on this subject was 54 years ago. And so I am looking forward to working with the White House and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to forge a path forward to end hunger in America once and for all. Madam Speaker, this rule also provides for consideration of a short-term continuing resolution that keeps the government funded at current levels through March 15 to give the United States Senate adequate time to pass this full-year omnibus agreement and get it to President Biden's desk so that he can sign it. And in the wake of the unprovoked and horrific invasion of Ukraine at the hands of Russian President Vladimir Putin, this Congress is taking urgent bipartisan action to protect global peace and security and hold Putin's corrupt regime accountable. Yesterday, I co-chaired a meeting of the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission, and we had a detailed discussion about what was happening in Ukraine and the fact that what is happening has risen to the level of war crimes, and there needs to be accountability. You know, we've all seen the awful pictures and the awful videos. Madam Speaker, families gunned down, apartment buildings bombed, and the indiscriminate use of force. Yet still, the people of Ukraine are courageously standing up for freedom. Congress, the Biden administration, and the people of the United States must stand with them. And that is exactly what this measure does. By encouraging the World Trade Organization members to suspend concessions to Russia, taking steps to review Russia's international trade status, and, very importantly, by reauthorizing a strengthened Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act so that the United States can impose further sanctions on human rights abusers in Russia and around the globe. America is standing up to bullies like Putin who think that they can evade their way into an empire and blackmail the world with their oil. And I want to commend President Biden for taking action to stop the import of Russian energy products into the United States, action which our legislation supports. I should also say, Madam Speaker, that I had kind of hoped that this could have come up under suspension, because I like to think there is no dissent on what we are doing in this legislation. And I'm concerned that some of my friends on the other side objected to the strengthening of human rights provisions in the Magnitsky Act. Ironically, the language that we are using is language very similar to the executive order put forward by President Trump. I don't agree with him on a lot of things, almost nothing, but I think he was right signing an executive order to actually strengthen the human rights criteria for the Magnitsky legislation. I mean, we ought to hold human rights abusers, those guilty of corruptions, accountable. And for anybody to want to weaken the standard, to want to let some people off the hook, I think is unconscionable. And so I hope there's a strong bipartisan vote on this. And finally, I want to highlight that our bipartisan omnibus agreement includes $13.6 billion in emergency military, humanitarian, and economic support for Ukraine. This week, the United States has warned that this is the, quote, fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II, end quote. And I'm proud that we are taking the moral obligation of humanitarian assistance seriously. Together, these measures, in addition to the strong leadership shown by President Biden, working quickly and in close consultation with our allies and partners, have placed enormous pressure on President Putin and his corrupt oligarchs to end this war. And I hope that he does that immediately. The final thing I'm going to say is to echo what I began with. This bill is not perfect through the eyes of anybody, whether you're a liberal Democrat like me or whether you're a conservative Republican. And this rule allows people to express their support and their lack of support for different parts of this bill very clearly. Some think that the defense section is too high. I personally do, but we have an opportunity to be able to vote yes or no on that. Some think that the investments in domestic spending are too high. I think they're not high enough, but whatever, people have an opportunity to be able to vote yes or no on that. So I hope that we can get support for the rule, and I hope that we can get this legislation passed today, sent over to the Senate, and help the American people. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, Chairman McGovern, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Today's rule covers 3 items. The first item is a bill to ban imports of Russian oil into the United States and to impose additional sanctions following Russia's unprovoked and unjust invasion of Ukraine. Madam Speaker, although I will be supporting this bill, I cannot help but feel that this is a half measure and a missed opportunity to exhibit unified support on immediate steps to confront Putin's evil regime. Yesterday, Senators Wyden and Crapo introduced a much stronger bill, one that was negotiated over the weekend by Republicans and Democrats in both the House and the Senate. But rather than taking yes for an answer, the majority instead put forward a weaker bill, one that's watered down and leaves loopholes wide enough to drive a tanker through. Banning Russian oil imports in the wake of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine should be an obvious no-brainer, just as it ought to be a no-brainer for the President to reverse his misguided policies and unleash development of America's own energy sources. But instead of doing so, the Biden administration continues to discourage domestic oil and gas production and is asking every other oil producer in the world to make up the difference. Instead of encouraging our own domestic sources of energy, which could meet our needs, critically supply our allies, and strengthen American energy independence, President Biden has instead taken steps like unilaterally canceling the Keystone XL pipeline, imposing a ban on new oil and gas exploration and leasing on federal lands, and telling hard-working Americans who are struggling to buy expensive gasoline to instead go buy more expensive electric vehicles. Failing to develop America's energy resources is a missed opportunity, Madam Speaker, just like this bill. We had a better option. I wish we had taken it. Our second item today is an omnibus appropriations package covering the remainder of the year 2022, and the third is a short-term continuing resolution to ensure continuity of government funding while Congress processes the larger bill. Madam Speaker, it's been a very, very long road to get to this point. But today, the House will act on a bipartisan, bicameral appropriations package. As vice-ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, I'm encouraged that we are finally nearing completion of this fundamental function of Congress to provide full-year funding for the government. We are here today in a time of great crisis. 2 weeks ago, Russian President Vladimir Putin launched an unprovoked and unjust war against Ukraine, its democratic neighbor to the west. Inflation has skyrocketed to a 40-year high, and due to the administration's reckless action, gas prices have continued to soar month after month after month. Yet despite these crises, the members of this body have worked together and have found common ground on today's legislation. As I've said many times, one of the most consequential duties of a member of Congress is to fund the government and keep it open and operating. At a time of crisis, this is more important than ever. Last year, the Appropriations Committee passed all 12 appropriations bills out of committee and succeeded in passing 9 of those bills across the floor before the August recess. Unfortunately, these bills were partisan and did not receive support from any Republican members, and with good reason. Today, we are 5 months into fiscal year 2022, and despite the long process, the road forward has always been clear. It was clear last July, just as it's clear today, that in order to reach a final bipartisan, bicameral deal on appropriations for FY 2022, 4 conditions needed to be met. I'm greatly pleased that in this bill meets all 4. The first is to ensure that the long-standing bipartisan pro-life provisions historically included in the appropriations bills are restored. These include the Hyde Amendment, which prevents federal dollars from being used to pay for abortions, except in the limited cases of rape, incest, and life of the mother, and the Weldon Amendment, which protects American doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals from participating in and providing abortions if they have a moral objection. The inclusion of these and other broadly popular provisions was and is an absolute necessity for this bill to have any chance of becoming law. I'm personally deeply grateful that they are included in this package. Second, partisan policy riders that were included in the bills that passed the House last summer needed to come out. These are provisions that both sides did not agree to and do not enjoy bipartisan consensus. At the end of the day, we needed to reach an agreement on these items to move forward, and fortunately, each of these provisions has been removed. Third, the level of defense spending absolutely needed to come up. Unfortunately, last year, President Biden proposed a budget that underfunded national defense, repeating the mistake of the Obama-Biden administration of chronically underfunding our national defense. But earlier this year, the House Armed Services Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee, both controlled by Democrats, worked together in a bipartisan manner to authorize an increase in defense spending of $25 billion over the fiscal year. In today's bill, appropriators actually went beyond that, ensuring a robust increase in defense spending. This increase is necessary to ensure that our armed forces will have the funds needed to maintain our readiness and to procure the weapons and assets the warfighters of tomorrow will need to continue to succeed on the battlefield. This includes increases for defense assets based in my own home state of Oklahoma. If the present crisis in Ukraine shows us nothing else, it should show us the need to continue to adequately fund our national defense. Finally, the fourth condition that needed to be met was that the proposed levels of non-defense spending had to come down. In the initial set of bills that passed the House, my friends in the majority sought to include a 17% increase in non-defense spending. While that no doubt included many worthy items, Republicans generally felt that 17% was excessive, particularly given the substantial needs on the defense side of the ledger. But the bill before us today increases non-defense spending by just 6.7%, which will allow the increased investments, will allow for increased investments in key areas while also ensuring that we will continue to be responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. Of course, this 6.7% ensures that there will be significant and important investments in non-defense areas across the government. I'm particularly pleased that the National Institutes of Health will receive a robust $2.25 billion increase, which will help advance medical science, help address future pandemics, and continue our progress toward defeating the scourge of cancer. We are also funding ARPA-H, one of the President's highest priorities, at $1 billion in its first year of operation. I'm also encouraged that this bill provides significant increases for TRIO, Gear Up, 2 programs that are close to my heart that help first-generation students go to college. These are just a few of the programs that I could point to that are worthy of increased funding and investment, and this bill has done that. The legislation before us today represents a negotiated compromise between the House and the Senate, and obviously between Democrats and Republicans. Given that it's a compromise, that means neither side got everything that they wanted. As I've often said, in a compromise, you have to give up more than you'd like to get less than you want. Indeed, this is not the bill I would have written had I written it alone. But at the end of the day, it represents a good balance for Congress and for the nation. Before I finish, I want to congratulate my friends and colleagues on the Appropriations Committee, particularly Chairwoman Rosa DeLore and Ranking Member Kay Granger, without whom we would not have gotten to where we are today. And I also want to extend my huge thank you, as my chairman did, to the Appropriations Committee staff and to the Rules staff on both sides of the aisle. These staffers are truly unsung heroes who spent many long and sleepless nights over the preceding weeks, including the past weekend. We would not be here without them today. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just say that I have enormous respect for the gentleman from Oklahoma, and I think, and there's this old adage that you don't have to agree on everything to agree on something, and much of what he cited is something that I think we all can agree on. Investments in medical research, support for the NIH, investments in trying to find ways to manage and cure cancer. All those things are incredibly important, and I think they bring us together. Some of the things he said I disagree with. I believe it is a mistake to deny women their legal reproductive rights, and I think the defense budget is way too big. Spending more on something doesn't necessarily get you a better result. We need to spend more efficiently and more effectively. We have a military budget that is so bloated, that is so excessive, that is so filled with cost overruns that even Dr. Strangelove would be impressed. We need to do better. But having said that, I am aware that we have to be able to live within we have to be able to deal on legislation within the reality that we live in. And so, we have a 50-50 Senate. We have a majority here in the House, not as big as I would like. Hopefully that changes in November. But the bottom line is we have to work with what we have, and I think that's what has occurred here. I just want to say one thing, though. We continue to hear this claim that President Biden's climate policies are somehow to blame for the latest spike in gas prices, but I think we need to just set the record straight here. Domestic energy production is up, it is rising, and it is approaching records. There are over 9,000 approved drilling permits the oil industry is not using, and truth is that changes in domestic energy policy often take years to impact global energy markets. Instead, what is happening here is oil companies are using Putin's war as an excuse to jack up prices at the pump even more, and they argue for looser regulations, cheaper drilling, and more pollution. This is Putin's price hike, and quite frankly, at this time of global crisis, I would like to appeal to the patriotism of big oil in this country to not make record profits their priority, to actually put the American people's interest, in fact, the global interest, first. So let's not fool ourselves that greed isn't at play here. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a March 4th opinion article written by the House Natural Resource Committee Chairman Raul Grijalva entitled "Oil and Gas Lobbyists Are Using Ukraine to Push for a Drilling Free-for-All in the United States."
Without objection.
At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Let me thank the gentleman, and as well, let me add my appreciation to Chairwoman Rosa DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger, and admit that the world now sees this every day in American newspapers and around the world, the pillage, the desperation, the violence, the death of women and children in Ukraine, the worst humanitarian crisis that we've seen in a century, and as well the absolute outrage of the killing machine that Putin is and the terroristic acts. He is a war criminal. I rise today to support H.R. 6968 and to be able to thank my friend from Texas, Mr. Doggett, for joining us together to be able to move forward on language that works to hold Russia accountable for its invasion of Ukraine by denying its preferential trade treatment and seeking to remove it from the World Trade Organization. This legislation bans Russian energy imports and suspends preferential trade treatment with Belarus, which I was at the border of Belarus as it was hosting 30 to 40,000 Russian troops, and its reckless attitude of incarcerating and detaining its own political opposition. The head of Belarus is no better. The president receives the ability to further increase tariffs on Russian or Belarusian goods. Congress is empowered to disapprove any presidential decision to restore normal trade relations or to remove the import ban. It further closes yet another avenue for Russian participation in the world economy by revoking most favored nation status, dealing with the exports, as well as its participation in the world trade, and denying Belarus membership. Further, with this ban on Russian energy imports, Americans will no longer be contributing to Putin's most violent actions. He is a war criminal. He is killing children. Let me also rise in support of H.R. 2471. I call it Working Americans Response Act. It is an appropriations that deals with health care and education. It deals with climate change, and it also deals with responding to the needs of the American people.
Time has
The
expired.
gentleman, additional 30 seconds.
You're recognized for another 30
thank
seconds.
you so very much. It additionally responds to the potential of those that are facing domestic violence and sexual assault with the Violence Against Women Act that I led and had passed in this House just a few months ago. So let me say that this is a job well done to all of those who have been working, but let us do this in a bipartisan manner. The people of Ukraine cry out in pain. Russia is now brought to its knees. Let's make sure that Vladimir Putin never stands on the world stage again. Again, I thank you so very much. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves, and the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I yield time to my next speaker, I want to yield myself such time as I may consume, just to quickly respond to my friend's comment about the energy industry. I'm from an energy district. I'm from an energy state. My constituents and their forebears have produced more energy than they have consumed for over 100 years, and they've shared it all over the world, but particularly across this country. Thank God for them. Because quite frankly, what Americans would be paying at the pump now would be astronomical if it were not for them. And since 2005, American oil and gas production, or oil production, has doubled. And that's due to their ingenuity. And frankly, we pay almost the lowest energy prices in the world. And I'm sorry to put all these energy increases off on Vladimir Putin. He's certainly responsible for those this week. But the reality is, for the entire Biden presidency, energy prices have been going up. And that's because the president, on his very first day, effectively declared war on the fossil fuel industry. You know, he canceled the Keystone Pipeline. He changed the leasing and drilling rules on federal land. The hostility has been simply overwhelming. And now, where does that put us? The United States is going to Iran to ask them to increase energy prices, the largest sponsor of state terrorism. We're spending, friends, down, representatives to Venezuela. My God, why don't we just call people in Houston and Oklahoma City and Cheyenne? We've got lots of places that know how to produce energy and have been doing it cheaply, efficiently, fairly, and cleanly for decades. So the reality is, let's not attack them. They're our salvation in a time of trial, and they're our national security in moving forward. So I just think, I feel very strongly about that. With that, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished member of the Rules Committee and of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Dr. Burgess of Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
For yielding, and I also am from an energy state, and I want to associate myself with the remarks of Ranking Member Cole, as far as the energy industry is concerned, quite correct. The hostility of the Biden administration to American energy was front and center from day one when the president took the oath of office. And it is only the last 6 weeks that we've seen the hostility from Putin and Russia. But the seeds were set for record high energy prices because of the activities of the Biden administration and the Democratic leadership in this Congress, quite frankly. But I'm here today to speak about the spending bill that's in front of us. Halfway through the fiscal year, we finally have the appropriations bills for the spending for this year, and I'm grateful to see a copy on the Speaker's desk. That's the only copy that I have seen. Certainly we didn't have a copy last night in the Rules Committee, so I'm gratified to know that there does exist a copy of this spending bill. But once again, no member of the People's House has really had the opportunity to look at and weigh in on, no ability to amend last night in the Rules Committee, no ability to really affect this massive spending bill that is in front of us. I plan to offer several amendments to improve this bill. The public health mandates are easing around the country. The Department of Transportation still requires patrons to wear masks on public transportation, on airlines. This could and should be rescinded, and this was an opportunity to do just that. As Mr. Cole mentioned, we are experiencing some of the highest gas prices in over a decade, maybe even in this generation, and no funds in this bill should be expended to restrict the operation or development of oil and gas pipelines to get that vitally needed energy out of places like the Permian Basin to population centers, Dallas, Houston, Oklahoma City, where they can be consumed or where they can be liquefied and exported to other countries. Look, federal agencies are behind. Veteran services are severely backlogged. I would have loved to submit an amendment to appropriate some additional dollars, $2 billion, to the Department of Veterans Affairs so that they could relieve this backlog for our veterans. And in fact, the budget neutrality requirements in the Medicare physician fee schedule, those could have been waived, and we could have done so with the excess funds in the Provider Relief Fund, and given our frontline health personnel a little bit of a break from the fact that they've been on the front lines battling the coronavirus for 2 years, and what do they get for that effort? A pay cut. So the Congressional Budget Office did provide to the budget.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield the gentleman an additional minute.
You're recognized for additional time.
The Congressional Budget Office did provide to the Budget Committee, of which I'm also a member, a list of the top 20 agencies that are overfunded with funds that have been appropriated over the last 2 years. And in fact, the totality of those 20 accounts is $340 billion. There were monies available to do a lot of things that are in this bill could have been offset if we'd simply taken the time to do it. And I will say, since I'm a member of the authorizing committee, going forward, our authorizing committees have to do their work. They have to do the study because we can't expect it to all happen at the appropriations committee at the 11th hour. I do want to ask unanimous consent that the spreadsheet from the Congressional Budget Office be added to today's record, because I think it's important that
Without
people be able to
objection.
see where those monies exist. And I yield back to the ranking member. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to correct the record on one thing. The gentleman said he didn't get a copy of the text of what we're considering here today. It was put in his Dropbox, and he could have downloaded it. It was emailed to his staff. It was posted online. Yeah, we didn't print off a 3,000-page bill, and 'cause I believe in saving trees. So, but it was available, and I just want to point that out for the record. I will also just say, and again, with great respect for my two colleagues on the Rules Committee, I don't share their enthusiasm about big oil companies. I just don't. They are making record profits right now, all-time high record profits, while Americans are paying more. at the gas pump. I will remind my friends that when Donald Trump was president, we had unemployment at about 14.9%, which was terrible. It is now down to 3.8%, which is driving up demand. Nobody is questioning the fact that there is a supply and demand problem here. But we also ought to understand that part of these price hikes, in addition to the Putin price hike, is the oil company price hike. And as we try to figure out how to alleviate the burden on the American people, which we're trying to do, we also have to figure out how we do it in a way where any savings or any tax incentives that we might provide are actually passed on to the consumer. Because the oil industry in this country, the big oil companies, have a history of price gouging, and that the fact that they're doing it now, I think, is unconscionable. And at this point, I will reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll refrain from correcting my friend again and just send him something to read. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 6858, the American Energy Independence from Russia Act, for immediate consideration. 2 weeks ago, Russian President Vladimir Putin shocked the world by launching a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. In doing so, Mr. Putin revealed his true self, and that is a bully, a thug, a tyrant, bent on subverting his democratic neighbor to the west. In challenging not only Ukraine, but also the rest of the civilized world, Mr. Putin's powerful weapon is not his armies, potent though that may be, but the dependence of much of the rest of the world on Russian oil and gas. Already, he's begun to put the squeeze on democratic states seeking to challenge his invasion of Ukraine by threatening to cut off their supplies of energy. The American Energy Independence from Russia Act would address the challenge and would reposition the United States to be energy self-sufficient. It would immediately approve the Keystone XL pipeline, would restart oil and gas leasing on federal lands and waters, and would expand liquid natural gas exports at the moment Europe needs them most. In doing so, it would ensure that America remains energy independent and can act to address Russian aggression without risking economic damage. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with extraneous material, immediately prior to the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To further explain our amendment, I yield 4 minutes to my good friend, distinguished member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Crenshaw of Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Madam Speaker, I rise to oppose the previous question so we can immediately consider the American Energy Independence from Russia Act led by my friend and the Republican leader of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Kathy McMorris Rogers. This week, our president, our American president, asked Venezuela and Saudi Arabia to increase oil production, asked them to boost their output so that American consumers wouldn't see a spike in gas prices. Seems like a noble cause at first glance, but I couldn't help to think myself, what a strange thing to ask. Because surely he knows that we can also boost domestic production right here at home. Surely he knows that domestic production supports American jobs. And surely he knows that domestic production is cleaner by far than foreign production. Far better for the environment than Venezuelan oil, unless that socialist dictator suddenly became a devout green energy disciple without any of us knowing it. Surely President Biden knows that energy demand doesn't just disappear because you tell middle-class Americans to go buy a Tesla. Surely he knows all of this, right? The answer is, of course, yes. He does know that. The entire Democrat Party knows this. It is impossible not to know these things because these things are cold, hard facts. They are indisputable. And those facts are simple and worth repeating. Number one, the world will demand at least 50% more energy in the next 50 years. That's a fact. Number two, the energy demanded will be reliable energy, electricity that turns on when you want it, heat that keeps you alive in the winter, and air conditioning that keeps you cool in the summer. Fact number three, solar and wind cannot and will not ever provide this reliable energy, no matter how often you worship and pray to the deities of wind turbines and solar panels, proudly made, of course, by the communist genocidal country of China. Fact number 4, American production of oil and gas is far cleaner than any other country except maybe Canada. So these are indisputable facts. So where does that leave us? For anyone wise in the ways of common sense, it leads to one conclusion. It is in the American interest to pursue absolute American energy dominance. If you don't believe me, let's outline the alternative. Let's imagine we go the way of Germany and invest $500 billion in building out unreliable wind and solar production, only to watch our energy prices rise faster than anywhere else, and yet still be forced to turn on coal plants and import Russian gas because your green energy just doesn't work the way you wanted it to. The rest of Europe wasn't all that different. They increased their reliance on Russian gas from 10% to over 40% now. And I cannot help but notice that the Democrat Party seems intent on pursuing this very path, canceling leases and pipelines, increasing regulations, chastising our industry. And if no one else here noticed, someone in Russia certainly did. You fast forward to 2022, and Putin, with his newfound leverage over European energy supply, realizes it may just be the right time to exercise his imperialistic ambitions and retake the old Soviet territory of Ukraine, leaving thousands of innocents dead and a Western world order completely upended. And we're all left thinking the same thought. Wouldn't it be better if it was America supplying Europe its energy? Wouldn't it be better if Europe wasn't held hostage to the whims of a dictator? Wouldn't it be better if we didn't have to wonder where the extra oil would come from after we rightfully banned Russian imports? Well, most of us are thinking that. Of course, unfortunately, those in the majority, those in power, are not. And I pray that you start. We should defeat the previous question, pass the American Energy Independence from Russia Act, and pursue true American energy dominance. I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, give me a break. I hope my friends know better, and I hope they know what drives the price of oil. They talk as if there's just one little switch you can turn on. I hear them talk. Just bring the Keystone Pipeline back online. By the way, it was never built, and it was years away from bringing any oil to the United States. Foreign oil, by the way. Canada is another country. And even if it were built, we're told it may lower prices by maybe 1 cent a gallon and lock us into the same dependence on fossil fuels that got us into this mess to begin with. I mean, we have been arguing for years with my friends to let's make the transition away from fossil fuels to greener, cleaner energy, so every time there is a world crisis, we're not having this discussion. But instead, they continue to be in the pockets of the oil companies. Follow the money. Follow the money. Look where the oil companies are putting their money. And by the way, I should say, when they say we should do more drilling, the oil companies now have been provided 9,000 new drilling permits on public lands. Much to my disappointment, the Biden administration is actually outpacing even the Trump administration in approving new drilling permits on public lands and water. So give me a break. Here is the reality, and let me spell it out for my friends, and I think they know better, but again, it's politics as usual. Oil is a global commodity. Prices rise when supply chains are disrupted or demand is interrupted, like we saw during COVID. Prices rise when oil-producing countries launch destabilizing invasions. And yeah, when oil companies think they can use either of these as an excuse to jack up the prices, they do. They do. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a March 4th article from Newsweek entitled, "Little Evidence Keystone Pipeline Would Level Prices Despite GOP Claims."
Without objection.
I'd also urge all of my colleagues to do a little research and look at the profits of big oil in this country. Look at what they are making. While Americans are paying more at the pump, their executives are making more and more and more. So you can defend big oil if you want, and I get it. Maybe there's some benefit politically to doing that. Again, follow the money. But I have to tell you, I think people are sick of this. We've seen this movie before. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
This rule makes proper for our consideration legislation that I've offered to respond to the brutal aggression of Vladimir Putin, destroying hour by hour Ukraine, its people, with death and destruction. I'm pleased to hear from the gentleman from Oklahoma that he supports this legislation because it will be stronger if we are united in sending this message. Like so many Americans, I've watched the horrors in Ukraine. I've seen the people standing with their blue and yellow Ukraine banners and flags on the steps of the state capitol in Austin, day after day, rain and shine, to express their concern. And like them, and like so many of us of all political persuasions, we wonder, what can we do to prevent what is happening that we see played out in real time on our televisions? Well, in my case, it has been advocating that we get all of the weapons that the Ukrainians need to defend themselves to them yesterday, immediately, but to recognize that to put a squeeze on the Russian Empire, we should respond with the most effective sanctions that we can. And one of those sanctions arising out of the Ways and Means Trade Subcommittee is the ability to respond with reference to the World Trade Organization to Russia. The week before last, I introduced with Mr. Blumenauer, the chairman of that subcommittee, legislation concerning the trade status of the Russian Federation. The legislation that I introduced yesterday that this rule puts into effect is different from that, and I'll discuss that in the course of our consideration of the bill. But it continues to urge the expelling of Russia from the World Trade Organization, which I think we should do to attempt to isolate as completely as we can Russia from any benefits from the world economy. To see now one American-owned company closing down hundreds of its locations throughout Russia, one American company, including some of the big oil companies, withdrawing from the Russian Federation, they are acting in a way that supports what we need to do to keep Russia, to put Russia in an economic vice. I believe that there is much more that we need to accomplish, but that we respond today on the number one issue on the world agenda, and that is what's happening in Ukraine and what we can do to prevent it. Now, I understand some people continue to have their own ideological agenda to defend and ignore climate, deny the climate science, and promote more and more fossil fuels. They choose the Keystone Pipeline, which is exactly 8% completed. It uses the dirtiest form of oil in the tar sands. May I have another?
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield the gentleman additional 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for additional minute.
Coal tar sands of Canada, completing the Keystone Pipeline will not save one Ukrainian life, as will the adoption of the rest of their agenda. Let me just say, I have only one agenda in this matter, and that is to respond to the aggression and do all we can to try to stop the brutal attacks unprovoked on the Ukrainian people. I am very pleased that this legislation that I introduced yesterday incorporates the good work of Chairman McGovern on the Global Magnitsky Act. That is legislation that fits so well with what I've been urging about Russia because it combats human rights abuses there and all over the world. He has strengthened the provisions of the Global Magnitsky Act, which would have expired at the end of this year. By incorporating it, it fits well with our agenda to respond to Russian aggression and human rights abuses that are going on as people are being murdered as we speak today.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to further discuss the need for America to be energy independent, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, a member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Mr. Stauber of Minnesota.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the previous question so this Democrat-controlled House can finally do the right thing, pass the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. This morning, Americans are seeing even higher gas prices on their way to work than they saw on last night's commute home. Sadly, tonight, tomorrow morning, next week, and next month, they're going to see the same episode play out on those commutes to and from work over and over again. While the cost of living and inflation over the last year spiraling out of control, the last thing American families need is $7 to $8 a gallon gasoline. Due to the policies of President Biden, we are more reliant on Putin and Russian energy than in recent history. I agree that we must immediately halt the import of Russian oil and LNG. However, it is a false narrative pushed by President Biden that it should be an unavoidable hit to Americans' pocketbook. This was avoidable, and it didn't have to be this way. Since Biden's first day in office, he has forced executive orders and supported policies that have made us more dependent on Russian energy. These policy choices are directly to blame for the increased pain at the pump that middle-class Americans are feeling. Take, for example, the opening line of an AP article 2 weeks ago, and I quote, "The Biden administration is delaying decisions on new oil and gas drilling on federal lands." Sure, some of these leases are not utilized, but that's because they are tied up in litigation from far-left, anti-jobs groups, or because they are awaiting delayed approvals from the Biden administration. So instead of approving rights of way, following the science, and putting our oil and gas developers to work, Joe Biden is making American families suffer. On behalf of the American people, the Ukrainian people, and just basic common sense.
The gentleman's time expired.
Yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
I join my colleagues Kathy McMorris-Rogers and Bruce Westerman in offering an American energy solution, while Biden's solution is to buy oil from Venezuela and Saudi Arabia. Our solution is to put blue-collar workers, American workers, to work here at home and develop our God-given natural resources. We have the ability to bring costs down by unleashing the economic engine of American energy production. We can do that by defeating this previous question and passing the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Madam Speaker, look, we are all trying to figure out a way to alleviate the burden of energy costs on consumers. I mean, it is brutal for a lot of families in this country. But listening to some of the speeches here, I kind of feel like we should have an amendment that we would require members of Congress to take a basic course in economics to understand how supply and demand works. Again, the oil companies have 9,000 leases that they are not utilizing as we speak. And I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article entitled Exclusive. Oil companies' profits soared to $174 billion this year as U.S. gas prices rose.
Without objection.
I love the fact that we can't even get anybody to express the slightest bit of outrage over the fact that oil companies are gouging us, making record profits, while Americans are paying more at the gas pump. I mean, I get it. They're very supportive of some on the other side, but I mean, give me a break. And I think the American people understand this. So we need to figure out a way to lower gas prices, to alleviate the burden on working families here, but to get up and to defend oil companies and oil company executives and put forward bills and ideas that are oil companies' wish list when they have 9,000 leases right now that they're not utilizing. And why? Because they're making record profits. I'd also say to my colleagues that the underlying bill that we are dealing with here today contains a lot of good stuff. The gentleman from Oklahoma alluded to it in his opening remarks about the incredible investments in medical research. You know, I was at the White House, as was the gentleman from Oklahoma, when President Biden announced the relaunch of his Cancer Moonshot program. I mean, you know, the issue when it comes to curing cancer is not whether we can, the issue is when will we do it? And that depends on investments. That depends on supporting innovation and medical research. This bill does that. That's a good thing. Should bring us all together. You know, there's, as we've talked about, there is we're going to deal with a bill to help Ukraine, especially with humanitarian assistance, given the refugee crisis. And we're going to strengthen the global Magnitsky Law so that we have stronger human rights language, with which some of my friends on the other side of the aisle, unfortunately, have opposed. And I hope, I'm reading in the New York Times today an article, once harsh Ukraine critics, Republicans pivot to loud support. I'm glad about that. I'm hoping that the people who called Ukraine the most corrupt country in the world under the previous administration will now at least vote to support that country as they're under attack by Vladimir Putin. But anyway, there's some really good stuff in this bill, and I'm looking forward to getting to the debate on this. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves, and the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To yield myself such time as I may consume. Just to remind my friend, it was the last administration that actually began lethal aid to the Ukraine. The Obama administration did not. So the record there is pretty clear as to who's helped the Ukrainians. Madam Speaker, to further discuss the need to get America out from under the thumb of Russia, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Pfluger of Texas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Madam Speaker, I rise today to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately pass the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. I'd like to thank Ranking Member Kathy McMorris Rogers for her leadership on this. And really, the question is simple. I think we're missing the point. The question here is the President of the United States going to pick America? Or is he going to pick our enemies? That is the debate here. Step one was great, and I'm glad that we are going to support Ukraine. I was there 5 weeks ago. We need to support Ukraine. Step two is we need the President to support America. Energy security is national security. Mr. President, it's time to put Midland over Moscow. Unfortunately, that security has been under assault for decades, but most recently, beginning on January 20th of 2021. The administration is leading the assault on energy. The reality is that American energy is the cleanest in the world, but the President and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to acknowledge that fact and unleash it. Instead, the President is choosing our adversaries, terrorists, and begging them to produce more when we can do it right here. Instead of calling on the 10 million Americans who do it every single day, we're outsourcing production to adversaries like Russia, Iran, Venezuela, and they're harming our environment even more. The war on Ukraine is horrifying and is heartbreaking. And when I sat with President Zelensky, he said that the impetus to invade his country came from the fact that Nord Stream existed. Our president green-lighted Nord Stream but canceled the Keystone Pipeline. Right now, today, there are 6 LNG terminals that the president, with a stroke of a pen, could approve. Are we going to pick the United States of America, or are we going to pick our adversaries? The United States should not be energy dependent. We need to be energy dominant. Put Midland over Moscow. Resume the Keystone Pipeline, unleash American LNG, restart oil and gas leasing on federal lands, and protect our own country. Pick our country.
Gentleman's time has expired.
With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
The gentleman asked the question, are we going to pick America or our adversaries? Interesting question. My friends on the other side have spent all their time criticizing President Biden and very little mention of Putin. I think that says it all. With that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for further explanation of our energy independence bill, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend and fellow Oklahoman, Ms. Weiss.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. I rise today in opposition to the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 6858, the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. Gas prices are at a record high, and unfortunately, they will continue to rise. While the Russian invasion of Ukraine has worsened the crisis, it is not the sole cause. The root cause of high energy and gas prices is due to the anti-energy policies of the Biden administration, which suspended all oil and gas leasing on federal lands, slow-walked liquefied natural gas exports, and halted construction of the Keystone XL pipeline, while green-lighting Russia's Nord Stream 2. These steps allowed Putin to corner the energy market and fund his invasion of Ukraine. American dollars can no longer go to countries whose interests run counter to America. America produces some of the cleanest oil and gas in the world. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to lower emissions and promote clean energy, they would rely on American oil and gas production in states like my home state of Oklahoma, not foreign countries like Russia, Venezuela, and even Iran. Oklahomans are tired of inaction from Washington. They expect solutions. We cannot continue to tap into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is at some of the lowest levels since 2003. In addition, releasing 30 million barrels is only enough to meet our nation's energy requirements for about a day. Sadly, this week, House Democrats are not bringing forward a single piece of legislation to address the energy crisis. Under the Trump administration, America was energy independent and a net total energy exporter for the first time since 1952. Madam Speaker, energy security is national security. Sadly, under this administration, we have neither. Congress must act immediately to take up the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. This legislation would promote America's oil and natural gas production and unleash American energy independence once again.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Georgia,
Madam Speaker,
for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I move that the House be adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye.
Madam Speaker, I object on the grounds that a quorum is not present. Raise
All
a point
those
of order.
opposed say no.
Raise a point
The
of order.
motion is not adopted. For what purpose
I ask
does the
for a
gentleman from
recorded
Georgia
vote.
rise?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the ayes and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. He's kind of asleep.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote aye on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the adjournment.
Gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Green from Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote yes on the motion to adjourn.
Gentleman from Utah seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Carl from Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Carl will vote aye on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, Ms. Del Bene of Washington, Mr. Harder of California, Ms. E.B. Johnson of Texas, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee. I inform the House that these 5 members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gates from the state of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote aye on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Andy Kim, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Swazi will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ronnie Jackson of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Jackson will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California no, not.
As a member designated by Representatives Yvette Clark, Sherry, Andy Custer, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
She's mass anymore. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Kai Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Juan Vargas, Lucille Roybal Allard, Mr. David Scott of Georgia 13. I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter and Mr. McEachin, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood from Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, and Mr. Trone of Maryland, I inform the House these members will vote nay on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed of New York will vote no.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Vella, I inform the House that Mr. Vella will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Member designated by Ms. Bass of California, inform the House that this member will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change a vote?
Katko, Mr. Delgado, Mrs. Kim of California, and Ms. Maliotakis. Off no one, aye for Mr. Grothman.
On this vote, the yeas are 173 and the nays are 255. The motion is not adopted. The gentleman from Massachusetts is now recognized.
Speaker, let me just say to the members that things are going exactly according to plan. Everything is beautiful in its own way, and in a few moments I will withdraw this rule. It's been a long day, but we have some important work to do in front of us, and I'm excited about what we're about to do with the omnibus and the aid to Ukraine. And we will finish it today. So I feel pretty good. We will reconvene the Rules Committee to report a new rule on the items before us. I expect the new rule to be on the floor pretty quickly, I hope. And I hope we get bipartisan support for all of these important measures. I don't have anything else to say other than with that, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the rule.
The resolution is withdrawn. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
Madam Speaker, I sent to the desk a privileged report from the Committee on Rules for filing under the rule.
Clerk shall report the title.
Report to accompany House Resolution 973, resolution providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill H.R. 2471 to measure the progress of post-disaster recovery and efforts to address corruption, governance, rule of law, and media freedoms in Haiti, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 75, making further continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6968 to prohibit the importation of energy products of the Russian Federation and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 7007, making emergency supplemental appropriations for coronavirus response and relief for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes.
Referred to the House calendar and ordered printed. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Or
Madam
for what
Speaker-
purpose does gentleman from Massachusetts
Madam Speaker,
rise?
for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, my good friend, Mr.
The
Cole.
gentleman will suspend. Gentlemen, call up the roll.
I apologize. Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 973 and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
Calendar number 68, House Resolution 973. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to take from the Speaker's table the bill H.R. 2471 to measure the progress of post-disaster recovery and efforts to address corruption, governance, rule of law, and media freedoms in Haiti, with the Senate amendment thereto, and to consider in the House, without intervention of any point of order, a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-35, modified by the amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. The Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the motion to its adoption without intervening motion. The question of adoption of the motion shall be divided for a separate vote on all of the matter proposed to be inserted by the amendment of the House other than divisions B, C, F, X, and Z, and titles 2 and 3 of Division N. The two portions of the divided question shall be considered in the order specified by the chair. If either portion of the divided question fails of adoption, then the House shall be considered to have made no disposition of the Senate amendment. Section 2. The Chair of the Committee on Appropriations and the Chair of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence may insert in the congressional record not later than March 11th, 2022, such material as they may deem explanatory of the Senate amendment and the motion specified in the first section of this resolution. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 75, making further continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 4. Upon adoption of this resolution, shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6968, to prohibit the importation of energy products of the Russian Federation and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. And 2, one motion to recommit. Section 5. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 7007, making emergency supplemental appropriations for coronavirus response and relief for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. And 2, one motion to recommit. Section 6, House Resolution 972 is laid on the table.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Oklahoma, my good friend, Mr. Cole. Pending with such time, I yield myself whatever time I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only.
Gentleman's
I
recognized.
ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their
Without
remarks.
objection.
Madam Speaker, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 973, providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 2471, the Consolidated Appropriations Act. It provides for a motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 2471 with a House amendment and self-executes a manager's amendment. It divides the question on adoption of the motion into 2 votes in the order specified by the chair, and provides that if any portion of the divided question fails, then the House shall be considered to have made no disposition on the Senate amendment. The rule also provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 75, the extension of Continuing Appropriations Act, under a closed rule, and provides one motion to recommit. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 6968, the Suspending Energy Imports from Russia Act, under a closed rule. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means, and provides one motion to recommit. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 7007, the COVID Supplemental Appropriations Act, under a closed rule, and provides one motion to recommit. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, each equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations for H.R. 2741, H.J. Res. 75, and H.R. 7007. Finally, the rule tables H.Res. 972. Madam Speaker, at this point, I'm a big believer that less is more. And I have spoken about the important aspects of what we are doing here today earlier, so I will not repeat it. But I would just urge everybody to support the rule and support the underlying legislation, and I reserve my time.
Oklahoma.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, Chairman McGovern, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consider.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our second rule of the day now covers 4 items. As we discussed earlier, the first item is a bill to ban imports of Russian oil into the United States and to impose additional sanctions following Russia's unprovoked and unjust invasion of Ukraine. Although I will be supporting this bill, it's a missed opportunity to exhibit unified support for the immediate steps to confront Vladimir Putin's evil empire. A much stronger bill has been introduced in the Senate that was negotiated over the weekend by Republicans and Democrats in the House and Senate. Why the majority would forego taking yes for an answer and instead introduce a much weaker, watered-down bill is beyond me. Our second bill is an omnibus appropriations bill covering the remainder of fiscal year 2022. Our third bill is a short-term continuing resolution to ensure the continuity of government funding while Congress finishes the larger bill. And our fourth is a $15 billion standalone COVID supplemental. The omnibus appropriations bill was a long time in coming. Indeed, we are over 5 months into fiscal year 2022, and it's more than a little frustrating that it's taken us this long to get here. But we are here now, and the bill before us represents a realistic compromise between the House and the Senate and between Democrats and Republicans. The omnibus bill is far, far better than the partisan bills the House passed last summer. This bill preserves the historic legacy bipartisan pro-life writers like the Hyde Amendment and the Weldon Amendment, both of which absolutely had to be in this package in order to become law. It omits new partisan policy riders in which there is no consensus. It increases defense spending by more than $25 billion over the last year, which is clearly necessary in the wake of Vladimir Putin's unprovoked aggression against Ukraine. And it provides for an appropriate measured increase in non-defense spending, which will allow for continued investments in programs like the National Institutes of Health, ARPA-H, TRIO, and Gear Up. The limited increase in non-defense spending allows us to make responsible investments in key programs while being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. While it spends more than I would have preferred, it's still a very reasonable compromise. Before I conclude, I want to once again congratulate Chairwoman Rosa DeLauro and Ranking Member Kay Granger of the Appropriations Committee on today's bill and thank them for their hard work. On the new addition, the $15 billion COVID supplemental, I think there are serious concerns with this additional unpaid-for increase. According to the CBO, there are currently more than $340 billion in unobligated funds available for repurposing and appropriation. Indeed, instead of providing new resources like this bill does, we should rescind or repurpose existing COVID resources for these purposes, like the bill we considered earlier today would have done. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't have any other requests for time. Does the gentleman have any additional requests for time?
I've got more remarks to make.
I will yield to the gentleman to...
I thank my friend.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
I again thank my friend. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 6858, the American Energy Independence from Russia Act, for immediate consideration. Over the past few weeks, we've seen the clear consequences of President Biden's war on oil and gas industry. Emboldened by Russia's role as the key source of energy for much of Europe, Vladimir Putin launched an unprovoked invasion of his neighbor, Ukraine. Gas prices are soaring, and the pressures of unchecked inflation and Putin's threats to cut off oil and gas exports, pushing them ever higher. Indeed, Mr. Putin has begun to deploy his most potent weapon, which is to threaten to cut off Europe's energy supply right in the dead of winter. Madam Speaker, this was all avoidable. The United States has the capacity to be energy independent if only we choose to be. We can stand on our own 2 feet, confident in the knowledge that we can meet all of our domestic energy needs right here at home. And we can provide assistance to our allies to ensure their protection against Russian threats. Unfortunately, President Biden's actions since taking office have made this impossible. On day one of his presidency, he terminated the Keystone XL pipeline, and he subsequently froze oil and gas leasing on federal lands. In lieu of the U.S. producing oil and gas that we need, he's instead asking every other oil-producing country but the United States to step up. Many of these are hardly friends of our country or, frankly, humanity. It's simply astonishing. The American Energy Independence from Russia Act would address this challenge and ensure American energy self-sufficiency, would immediately approve the Keystone XL pipeline, would restart oil and gas leasing on federal lands and waters, and would expand liquid natural gas exports at the moment Europe needs them most. It would free the United States and our allies to act in opposition to Vladimir Putin's brutal and barbarous assault on his neighbor without fear. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With that, I urge a no on the previous question, no on the rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We talked about this earlier. I don't want to belabor the point, but I just want to make sure my colleagues understand that there are 9,000 wells that are currently unused. Oil companies are experiencing record profits, $174 billion in profits, while they gouge American consumers. And as for the Keystone Pipeline, when people say just turn on the switch, I mean, there was no switch to turn on. It was never completed. And by the way, even if it was completed, estimates are that maybe it saved you a penny on a tank, on a gallon of gas. Maybe the time has come for us to have a serious conversation about energy independence that involves an acknowledgement that we need to wean ourselves off of fossil fuels. We need to actually care about the environment and dealing with climate change. And we need to tell the oil companies, especially during this crisis, to work with us to help the American people get through this difficult time. In fact, help the world get through this difficult time. But there's no excuse for price gouging. And at that, I'm going to reserve my time, and I have no other requests for speakers, and I yield to the gentleman.
Gentleman reserves.
I
Gentleman from Oklahoma.
reserve the balance of my time. I keep on
Thank you,
wanting to
Madam
yield in my
Speaker. I'd
time.
advise my friend I am prepared to close.
Nice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With that, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't, before I go to my formal remarks, my friend and I will have a discussion about energy. I'm a big believer in renewables. My own state gets 42% of its energy or electricity from wind power, and we're number 2 in the country. I'd put our record up against anybody. So we really do believe in all the above, but we're very proud of having produced energy for over 100 years for this country in abundance, far beyond our needs, and exported them at reasonable prices. I'd also remind my friend, whatever the prices are, and I wish they were lower, they're cheaper here than just about any place else in the world. And we can thank literally the thousands of people I'm privileged to represent, but many of us represent over 10 million of the men and women that actually produce the energy this country needs and, frankly, the rest of the world needs right now. I don't think they ought to be demeaned. I don't think their motives ought to be questioned. They are an extraordinary group of people, and they are patriotic and step forward whenever we need them. When times are bad, nobody seems to care what happens to them. When times get tougher, everybody wants them to step forward, invest more, and do more, and they do. And they will continue to do that in this time of crisis. So I don't think we need to be divided on this. No question, we need more oil and gas now. Europe needs more oil and gas now. And we've been taught a serious lesson about the dangers of becoming reliant on people like Mr. Putin and when they have the ability to impact world prices. Madam Speaker, in closing, although I oppose the rule, I'm greatly encouraged by the underlying appropriations measure. While not perfect, no bill ever is, it could always be better. It does represent a good compromise between Democrats and Republicans that will ensure full-year funding for fiscal year 2022. The bill before us continues Congress's policy of increasing our investments in defense spending, which is of critical importance at this time of global crisis. It provides for needed investments in health, including increasing funding for combating future pandemics and research into diseases like cancer. It funds education, infrastructure, energy production, roads, and care for our nation's veterans. It includes also, and I want to thank my friend for doing this, his proposal for a much-needed White House conference on hunger, and it's an area we work together, and I'm proud to acknowledge his leadership in that. It is, in sum, a bill Congress can collectively be proud of, and it's a bill that does the right thing for the American people. On the Russia oil ban, I am disappointed that Democrats walked away from a strong bipartisan bicameral deal that could have united us as a Congress and led to swift passage in the Senate. As it currently stands, it's unclear what a fate awaits this legislation in the Senate. I'm hopeful that my friends on the other side will reflect on this missed opportunity and work with Republicans to not only stand up against Russian aggression abroad, but also for homegrown American energy resources that are critical to achieving our goal in checking Vladimir Putin. And on the new $15 billion unpaid-for COVID supplemental, the data is clear that there are already adequate resources available. These could be fully utilized before additional funds are provided. Madam Speaker, while I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question and no on the rule, I encourage all members to support the bipartisan and bicameral omnibus appropriations bill. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me again thank my friend from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, for his comments and for him being so accommodating during this day that began really, really early this morning. And let me also thank the staff of the Rules Committee, Democrats and Republicans, who work incredibly hard. I think this entire Congress and the American people owe them a debt of gratitude. And I want to also thank Congress Chairwoman DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger and the staff both Democratic and Republican staffs on the Appropriations Committee for all the incredible work that they have done. I'm going to urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question. The gentleman is right. The American consumers need relief right now, and we ought to be having a discussion of how do we help alleviate the burden of high energy costs right now. The problem with what my Republican friends are proposing is it purports to provide relief 20 years or 30 years down the road. We need to find mechanisms right now to help lower the cost to consumers, and we have to find a way to do it so that whatever we do gets passed on to the consumers and not just absorbed by the oil companies, as we have seen in the past. We also need to get serious about renewable energy and about dealing with the climate crisis. I mean, we should have done that a long time ago. We would probably be having a very different conversation right now. So as we deal with Putin's price hike, let's understand that there's an immediate issue that what they're proposing doesn't even begin to address, and there's a long-term issue, and I would rather have a long-term that is not so reliant on fossil fuels. Look, what we have in this omnibus bill will help this country, will help everybody, help every state, will make a real difference in people's lives. It will help our kids in school. It will help the parents of those kids get good jobs. It helps provide additional resources to medical research to try to find cures to life-threatening disease like cancer. I mean, there's so many good things in here. There are obviously things that we all don't agree on, see eye to eye on. I mean, the gentleman mentioned the changes that he liked. No surprise, I don't like all those changes that he liked, and he doesn't like some of the things that I like. But that's the way this works, especially when you have to negotiate four corners, which means Democrats and Republicans have to work things out, and you have a Senate that, well, I don't want to go there. But anyway, the bottom line is we ought to get this done. And with that, Madam Speaker, I urge a yes on the rule and a yes on the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Question now occurs on the ordering the previous question on the resolution. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
On that, I would request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Well, I would convey to my fellow Coloradan that as the member designated by the distinguished Congresswoman Hartzler of Missouri, I inform the House that Congresswoman Hartzler will vote nay on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Kai Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Carl of Alabama and Ms. Kathy McMorris Rogers of Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Carl will vote nay on the previous question, and Ms. Kathy McMorris Rogers will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reed from New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Thank you. As a member designated by Dr. Joyce and as a member designated by Congressman Muser of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Dr. Joyce and Mr. Muser will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Juan Vargas, Lucille Roybal Allard, Kurt Schrader, Ms. Bordeaux, and David Scott, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Mace of South Carolina and Mr. Buchanan of Florida, both of them will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oklahoma rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Rice of New York, I inform the House that the member will vote yes on the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Burgess of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Burgess will vote no on the previous question.
Further purpose does the gentleman
As a
rise?
member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote nay on the previous question.
From Utah rise?
Designated for Mr. Owens from Utah and Mr. Curtis from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Owens and Mr. Curtis will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
As the member designated by Representatives Annie Custer, Yvette Clark, and Sherry Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Banks from Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Banks will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Andy Kim, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, and Mr. Josh Gottheimer, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated for Mr. LaMalfa, California, I inform the House that Mr. LaMalfa will vote no on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Bishop of North Carolina, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bishop will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez from Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on the previous question.
The gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Green from Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote no on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Fishbach.
Suspend. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Fishbach, I inform the House that Ms. Fishbach will vote no on the previous question.
Purpose does gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by these following members, I inform the House that these members vote yes on H.R. Resolution 973. That is Representative Rush and Representative Brown.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Lukemeyer will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on the previous question.
Gentleman from Ohio, rise.
Madam Speaker, is the member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois? I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote nay on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote no on the PQ.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated Mr. Yarmouth of Kentucky and Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina, Mr. Swazi of New York, Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, Ms. Del Bene of Washington, Mr. Harder of California, Ms. E.B. Johnson of Texas, and Mr. Cohen of Tennessee. I did inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa rise?
As the member designated by Rep. Salazar pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Rep. Salazar will vote no on the previous question.
The gentleman from Virginia rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Vella, I inform the House that Mr. Vella will vote aye on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter and Mr. McEachin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Representative Troy Nels, I inform the House that Mr. Nels will be voting nay on the previous question. And also, as a member designated by Representative Ronnie Jackson, I inform the House that Representative Jackson will be voting nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates from Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no on the previous question.
The gentlelady from Florida rise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of the state of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote nay on the previous question.
are 219 and the nays are 199. The previous question is ordered. The question is now on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Madam, on that, I'd request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Kai Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote yes on House Res 973.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
As the member designated by Congresswoman Hartzler of Missouri, I inform the House that Congresswoman Hartzler will vote nay on passage of H.Res. 972.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members, Vargas, Roybal, Allard, Schrader, Bordeaux, and David Scott, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 973.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote no on H.Res. 973.
What purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.Res. 973.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird from Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote yes on H.Res. 973.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, thank you. As the member designated by Mr. Troy Nels, I inform the House that Mr. Nels will be voting nay on the rule. And also as the member designated by Mr. Ronnie Jackson, I inform the House that Mr. Jackson will be voting nay on the previous rule. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia rise?
As a member designated by Mr. McEachin and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 973.
Purpose does the gentlelady from Oklahoma rise? Gentlelady from Oklahoma.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Rice of New York and Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 973.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Andy Kim, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, and Mr. Josh Gottheimer, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 973.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Dr. Joyce and Mr. Muser of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Dr. Joyce and Mr. Muser will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on H.Res. 973.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa rise?
As the member designated by Representative Salazar from Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by these two following members, Anthony Brown of Maryland and Bobby Russ of Illinois, vote yes on H.R. Resolution 973.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Green from Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote no on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
As a member designated by Representative Sherry Bustos, Yvette Clark, and Annie Custer, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 973.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Don Bacon of Nebraska, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote nay on H.Res. 973.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Vella, I inform the House that Mr. Vella will vote aye on H.Res. 973.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Del Bene of Washington, Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, Mr. Harder of California, Ms. E.B. Johnson of Texas, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, Mr. Yarmouth of Kentucky, Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina, and Mr. Swazi of New York, that these 8 people will all vote yes on HRES 973.
What purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates from Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Fishbach of Minnesota, I inform the House that Ms. Fishbach will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of the state of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Burbert of Colorado and Mr. Bishop of North Carolina, I inform the House, according to pursuant to HRES 8, that they will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated for Mr. Lamotha, California, I inform the House that Mr. Lamotha will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on HRES 973.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
As the member designated by Mrs. Mace of South Carolina and Mr. Buchanan of Florida, they will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House these members will vote aye on HRES 973.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House Mr. Lukemeyer will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah and Mr. Curtis from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Owens and Mr. Curtis will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Carl of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Carl will vote nay on the rule. As member designated by Ms. McMorris Rogers from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. McMorris Rogers will vote nay on the rule.
The yeas are 218, the nays are 204. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. House will come to order. Members will take their conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6968, the Suspending Energy Imports from Russia Act.
Does the gentleman
No, I'm
call up
sorry.
the bill
I take
pursuant
that
to
back.
House Resolution 973?
Pursuant to House Resolution, I move to pass the Energy Imports from Russia Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6968, a bill to prohibit the importation of energy products of the Russian Federation and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 973, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady, will each control 30 minutes, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could we please have order, Madam Speaker?
Yes, we can. Gentleman can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill under consideration in front of us.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I stand here today in a moment of great sorrow as the Ukrainian people continue to endure the brutal and unprovoked assault by Russia upon their independence. We've all witnessed the heartbreaking footage of this war's innocent victims. We heard the harrowing stories of families who have been torn apart and forced to leave their country. We've watched with admiration as the Ukrainian people have courageously defended their homeland. Madam Speaker, tonight we are all Ukrainians. This unprovoked, unjustified invasion is a horrific stain on humanity. This evening, we here in this Congress will firmly condemn Putin's aggression with the legislation that is before us. Inaction is not an option. I am very pleased, once again, that the Ways and Means Committee, in a bipartisan manner, has led the development of this package that will take decisive action to exact economic pain on Putin and his regime. The Russian regime relies on energy sales to fund many of its offensives. This bill will cut off some of the revenue with a ban on the import of Russian oil and energy products into the United States. The more economic pain we inflict on Putin, the more pressure he will feel to finally end this brutal campaign of terror on the Ukrainian people. I don't think tonight the people of Ukraine think that Vladimir Putin is a genius. This legislation also takes steps to review Russia's participation in the World Trade Organization. This is an international agreement comprised of 150 nations. Membership is a privilege that comes with responsibilities, and bad actors who destabilize global security should not enjoy the economic benefits of belonging to that body. I am committed to providing and punishing Russia at the WTO as we proceed. Broad bipartisan support exists in this Congress for these meaningful actions to hold Putin accountable, and full support for the Ukrainian people. With this legislation, we reaffirm our commitment to peace and to democracy. I urge our colleagues to support this consequential moment and act accordingly. I look forward to its swift passage into law, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may
The gentleman's
use.
recognized.
Madam Speaker, while missiles and machine guns rain down death on innocent Ukrainians, President Zelensky is pleading with America and all free nations to stop buying Russian oil to fund this inhumane war. This weekend, America should know both parties in Congress came together, worked together in agreement to immediately ban purchases of Russian energy. I was proud to have helped lead that bipartisan effort of the House Ways and Means and Senate Finance Committees, and pleased that President Biden, who fought the Russian energy ban tooth and nail, finally relented and accepted the moral choice to stand with the people of Ukraine. The bill before us is certainly not as strong an energy ban as what Congress crafted, nor does it include Congress's crucial economic sanctions to revoke favorable trade relations with Russia and Belarus, which would have targeted all the products America buys from Russia. But President Biden insisted that these economic sanctions be dropped so that nearly half of all Russian imports to the U.S. will go untouched. For some reason, he's insisting we treat Russia, the invader, the same as Ukraine, the invaded. It's puzzling why Russian diamonds and vodka deserve continued special treatment here in America. Those revenues all help strengthen Russia's economy to fund the war against Ukraine. But President Biden insisted, and regrettably in this bill, they remain protected. Our allies will certainly get a laugh. This bill directs our trade representative to urge other nations to revoke the special trading status for Russia, even though America refuses to do it at this time. That's not a profile in courage. I wish our president was as committed to crippling economic sanctions as neighboring Canada, which banned both Russian oil and revoked the special trading treatment for Russian products. But to be clear, neither the president's executive ban nor this bill takes any action to replace Russian oil with Made in America energy. Nothing in this bill includes Republican-led proposals to extend secondary sanctions on Russian energy purchases and financing around the world, as we already impose on Iran and North Korea. Nothing in this bill creates access to more American-made energy on or offshore, nor does it approve American pipelines that could easily replace Russian oil with U.S. and Canadian energy, or accelerate approval for delayed permits for American export facilities to help the rest of the world wean themselves from the grip of dirty Russian energy. Answer this question. Why is our country begging Venezuela and Iran, terrorist nations and thug regimes, to produce more dirty oil to send to America when America is fully capable of producing all the cleanest oil and gas in the world that we need right here at home? As expected, the president's blaming everyone and everything for high prices and inflation, including the war. But higher prices, as you know, have hammered Americans for a solid year, all starting with the president's $2 trillion unpaid-for COVID stimulus that ignited inflation, paid people not to work, and fueled the worst inflation in 40 years. Thanks to the White House, America is in a dangerous wage price spiral, and as a result of the president's failed economic leadership, more and more experts are predicting a recession this year. No wonder most Americans believe our economy is already in a recession or depression and have lost faith in the president's ability to rebuild our economy. To close, I will tell you this. The ban on Russian oil alone is worth our support. Ukraine is waiting, as Chairman Neal points out. But after this bill, I urge Congress to do more, to revoke Russia's special trade status and unleash America's own ability to be energy independent, to replace Russian oil with American sources, and use our energy strengths to wean the world from Russian energy. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just I want to reassure the gentleman that I remain committed to the position he has offered as it relates to the World Trade Organization and a suspension of Russia's partnership in the WTO. Making sure that we do that in the right procedure, I think, is the challenge before us, but I agree with the point that the gentleman has made. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
In the face of death and destruction, President Zelensky and the Ukrainians are showing the world the true meaning of courage. While the most immediate need is for additional military equipment, we can respond tonight by taking another step to isolate Russia from the world economy and ensure that Americans are no longer contributing the revenue to fund his war machine. To take the energy out of Putin's brutal assault, we place energy on our sanctions list. It may cost more to fill your tank, but we must work to stop Putin's tanks from crushing families and freedom. Our legislation also calls for expelling Russia from the World Trade Organization. Russia should not be permitted to benefit from the world order and stability that it is destroying with each bomb dropped, each Ukrainian murdered. The financial pain we are imposing cannot ease the pain of Ukrainian families, but it is one way for us to demonstrate our solidarity with them. Putin and his apologists here in America and abroad must know that those who support democracy and combat aggression are united like never before. As a flow of Ukrainian dead and wounded grows, so must the economy of Russia shrink. This bill is both more and less than the original version which Representative Blumenauer and I introduced the week before last in immediate response to Russian aggression. It now omits the most favored nation treatment provision. Throughout Putin's initial saber-rattling and subsequent bomb dropping, the administration has wisely rejected the go-it-alone approach that led America to disaster under previous administrations. The President has united our allies and is determined to keep them united, and I believe as he continues to work with our allies, we will be able to move forward as Canada has as our original bill proposed and eliminate the most favored nation status for Russia. I'm very pleased that the bill adds to what we had initially, the extension and revitalization of the Global Magnitsky Act. This has done a tremendous job in reducing human rights abuses, and with its inclusion in this bill, we reauthorize it, remaining united against aggression. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the Republican leader of the Trade Subcommittee, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on H.R. 6968, the Suspending Energy Imports from Russia Act. This bill Democrats have brought to the floor, although important, is not what it actually could be. It's actually a missed opportunity to address our trade relationships with Russia and Belarus, and it is a missed opportunity to bolster domestic American-produced energy in a serious fashion so that we can address energy prices here at home. Every member of this body knows we could and should be voting on the stronger bipartisan product that leaders on the Ways and Means and Senate Finance Committees agreed to merely days ago. It was bipartisan and bicameral. It revoked permanent normal trade relations for Russia and normal trade relations for Belarus. It also included an energy import ban and, instead of loopholes, provided an off-ramp should Russia reverse course in Ukraine and work to earn back our trust. The text we have before us today is obviously not that bill. The President demanded a lesser path, and the House Democrats have chosen to support him in that effort. However, I do know that doing nothing is not an option. So I will support this bill, and I urge my Democratic colleagues to join Republicans in our push to use the trade tools at our disposal to address Vladimir Putin's unacceptable, tyrannical aggression against Ukraine. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, let me yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 2
I
minutes.
appreciate the gentleman's courtesy, and I rise in support of the underlying bill, but I want to acknowledge the comments from my colleagues about the bipartisan approach that we originally advanced. It is, I think, unfortunate that we're not stripping away the most favored trade status from the Russians. I am convinced that we will be able to get there with the expression that we've had on both sides of the aisle. But I think it's important that we remain committed to advancing this in terms of tightening the economic noose around Russia. Now, I'm a little disappointed with the rhetoric that we've heard attacking the administration for not coming forth with fanciful efforts to increase domestic production. As has been documented on the floor repeatedly in the course of this debate, there are ample leases that are unused now, some 9,000 such leases. And everything that my friends on the other side of the aisle are talking about is not going to produce one additional gallon of oil next year or 2 years afterwards. These are longer-term issues that relate to the mechanics of production, the economics of the industry. Where our salvation is going to rise is taking advantage of the elements that the Democrats have advanced in terms of clean energy production. This is reliable, sustainable, and not subject to the whims of international global petrochemical arguments and disputes. But in the meantime, I strongly urge support of the legislation and renew my commitment to work on a bipartisan basis to be able to strip away most favored nation status, working together to accomplish this in as expeditious a fashion as possible. And I appreciate the cooperation of the chairman of the committee being able to move and take advantage of the expressions of my friends on the other side of the aisle.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from West Texas, Mr. Arrington.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, President Biden continues to be inexcusably feckless in his response to global threats from our adversaries. Now, in the moment of truth, when America can send a clear and unequivocal message to dictators and democracies alike by banning Russian oil imports to the United States, the President has failed once again to rise to the occasion. This anemic response would remove the common sense conditions for lifting the ban, like Russia's full and immediate withdrawal from Ukraine and their ceasing to threaten other NATO countries. But the most egregious aspect of this proposal is that the President, the Democrat leadership, refused to revoke Russia's permanent normal trade relations status, which will continue to allow them low tariff access to the United States market, a privilege only allies of freedom should receive. Consistent with Biden's timid response, I fear that these half measures will not only fail to deter Vladimir Putin, but will invite other tyrants around the world to follow suit. Mr. Speaker, we must unload the full arsenal, the full force of America's economic arsenal on the Russian Federation and their rogue leader. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me recognize the gentlelady from California for 1 minute, Congresswoman Chu.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today in strong support of this bill to isolate and stop sending our money to Russia. Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has already caused countless deaths and injuries while forcing 1.5 million innocent refugees to flee their homes. And so there must be consequences for this belligerence. That's why I support cutting off Russia's oil and gas imports to the U.S., seeking to suspend their participation in the World Trade Organization and extending our ability to implement further sanctions. Global trade, the wealth it helps generate, and the needs it helps to meet is a benefit of the very international order that Russia is trying to undermine. And so if Putin is declaring war on global peace and stability, then he should also not be able to benefit from global peace and stability. I believe that the promise of being able to once again profit from global trade is a powerful incentive for Putin to end his war of choice, and I'm proud to support using our economic influence for peace. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the Chief Deputy Whip, the Republican Conference, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Ferguson.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The war on American energy independence began on day one of President Biden's administration. And that war has hit Americans hard in the pocketbook, and the cost at the pump and for everything else they buy has gone up as a result of this administration's policies. And all too often we look across the globe and we see the cost of those policies, and we see that in Ukraine right now. And so every single barrel of Russian oil that we buy has at least a quart of Ukrainian blood in it. It's time to put an end to it. But now we have a bill that has been much watered down, doesn't have the teeth in it that it should, because this administration does not seem willing to stand up to this dictator. And now that we're having a discussion about ending a relationship with one dictator, it seems that the administration is willing to trade 1 for 3, buying oil from Venezuela, Iran, and now Saudi Arabia. This war on pricing has got to come to an end. The war on American energy independence has to come to an end. It is time for this administration to open up American energy independence.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 6968, suspending energy imports in response to Russia's barbaric, inhumane, and unprovoked attacks on Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. These imports include crude oil, petroleum, coal products, natural gas, and other products. On March 8th, President Biden issued an executive order to prohibit energy imports from Russia, which I totally agree with, support, urge passage of H.R. 6968, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the Republican leader of the Oversight Committee, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you for yielding the time, and thank you to Mr. Brady, Mr. Neal, and Mr. Doggett for their leadership on this bill to sanction Russian energy exports, which I support, but I must express my frustration that this bill does not go far enough. On February the 7th, President Biden stated that if Russia invaded Ukraine, the United States would impose crippling sanctions. Yet here we are 2 weeks after Biden finally found the courage to call it an invasion, and the sanctions are still being rolled out piecemeal. Only last week, the administration was telling us that sanctioning Russian oil and gas exports was not on the table. In the face of inaction, Democrats and Republicans in Congress came together to impose the crippling sanctions the president had promised, but not followed through. The bipartisan bill would have banned Russian oil imports and enabled the imposition of tariffs on all remaining Russian imports to America. But the White House intervened, and my Democrat friends withdrew their support. Instead, this bill bans only oil. The remaining half of Russian trade remains. American purchases will keep funding Russia's cruel invasion, and Russia will keep its most favored nation status in the World Trade Organization. In this bill, we ask our allies to penalize Russian imports, but we refuse to do so ourselves. Now, that's not leadership. I cannot understand why America would maintain trade relations with a nation that only last night bombed a children's hospital in Mariupol, Ukraine. Mr. President, how many more innocent Ukrainians need to die before you do what you promised? Stop projecting weakness and just do what you say. China is watching. The world is watching. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support tonight's bills because we must fund the government, and of course we must support Ukraine.
As the American people get out of COVID and get back to work and get on with our lives, they are yearning to help Ukrainian lives. Tonight's bills do that by providing aid and armaments so that the Ukrainians can continue to punch Putin right in the face. And this bill, H.R. 6968, also punches Putin right in the gut by banning imports of Russian oil, by taking steps to remove Russia from the WTO, and by holding Putin accountable for his violating of rights with tougher sanctions. The last thing we want is war with Russia. However, in order to stop Putin's paranoid adventurism, we need to bolster our commitment to NATO, and we must bleed him of his resources to wage war by crumpling his ruble and collapsing his economy. This will affect us, and it will force all of us to play our part. But despite these costs, we must continue to be as united as we are inspired by this fledgling democracy that has flourished under fire. That is why we must play our part and pass this legislation to support the livelihoods of Americans, to support the lives of Ukrainians, and ensure that Putin pays his price for his attacks on a peaceful democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to a gentleman from Pennsylvania, member of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Smucker.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you to the ranking member. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start my comments by saying that I really do believe that there's no daylight between our parties on our commitment to cripple Putin's ability to wage war in Ukraine. We stand with the people of Ukraine, Democrats and Republicans alike, and I want to thank Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady for putting together a strong bill to stop financing Putin's aggression. This was a bill that was bipartisan and bicameral that would have stopped providing financial support to Russia and put an end to importing Russian oil. Unfortunately, that bill that they worked so hard on is not the bill that we are debating here tonight. Now, I plan to vote in support of this bill because I believe it's important that we stand with Ukraine. But I want to make it clear to the White House and to Democratic leadership, you know that we could have done better. Yet, for some reason, the White House intervened, and I don't understand. So I'd like someone to answer the question, why are we running a product that replaced another product that would have put an end to favored trade status for Russia and Belarus? Why are we voting on a product that will not be taken up by the Senate? We did have a better deal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New York, Congresswoman Maloney.
Thank you, Chairman, for your leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this legislation banning Russian oil and gas imports and imposing additional sanctions to punish Putin and his cronies for their war of aggression in Ukraine, which has caused more than 2 million Ukrainians to flee their country. President Biden has already imposed swift and severe consequences, including yesterday's executive action. However, it is the duty of Congress to join the president and act a congressional ban on Russian oil and gas imports to the U.S. and send a strong message to the Kremlin that none of our money will be used to bankroll shelling of Ukrainian families. Yesterday, the Oversight Committee held a bipartisan briefing with U.S. and Ukrainian government officials. The message was clear: Putin's regime must be denied these crucial oil revenues while we continue to provide urgently needed aid to Ukraine. I urge support for this legislation for the good of the United States and the support of Ukraine. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1¼ minutes. Gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy.
The gentleman is recognized for 1¼ minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is day 14 of Putin's ruthless, senseless war on Ukraine. Yet with all eyes on the United States, President Biden has still failed to impose the necessary full economic penalties on the Russian economy. This week, Ways and Means Republicans and Democrats negotiated a strong bipartisan bill that added additional much-needed economic punishments on Putin's war effort. A historic deal that stopped both U.S. imports of Russian oil and suspended normal trade relations with Belarus and Russia. That is before the White House got involved. To be clear, the only reason the White House is doing anything is because it's being politically expedient. They stopped and stalled negotiations. The White House has subsequently watered down negotiations, where now 40% of non-energy imports from Russia can still continue under this plan, fueling his war efforts. While banning U.S. imports of Russian oil is critical, this weakened legislation fails to go the distance in truly holding Putin accountable for his shameful war crimes. There is a special place in hell for evil despots who bomb children's hospitals. We must do everything at our disposal to support Ukraine and prove to the world that a strong America will not allow brutal dictators to reign on this earth without swift and ferocious consequences. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Ohio, Congresswoman Kaptur, who represents 50,000 Ukrainian Americans.
The gentleman,
1 minute.
The woman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Chairman Neal and Congressman Lloyd Doggett for allowing me this time tonight to rise in strong support of liberty by suspending energy imports from Russia to help crush Putin for his crimes against humanity. Putin is murdering innocent men, pregnant women, children, and the elderly, and he's bombing them into pieces. The brutal savagery unleashed by Putin and allowed by his treacherous oligarchs requires crushing and unflinching retribution, and the time has come to terminate the flow of Russia's blood-soaked oil into our land. We must also suspend Russia from the World Trade Organization and let us sanction Putin and his enablers as far into the pits of hell as we possibly can. As the gold standard for freedom and democracy, the world is watching America right now. This is not the time for holdouts or cowards. Every member of this body must rise up without delay and lead by example. Pass this legislation. Hit Putin and his enablers where it hurts. The just cause of liberty demands nothing less. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, longtime leader of human rights, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman from New Jersey is
Thank you, my good
recognized
friend,
for
for
1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Russian oil and gas is absolutely financing Putin's horrific war of aggression. I'm for this bill, but there are provisions in this, one in particular, that should not be in here. Mr. Speaker, I'm the prime sponsor of the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act, which we added to the 2017 NDAA. Under the Act, an actionable offense occurs only when there is a gross violation of internationally recognized human rights, which has the meaning given to it in the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961. Specifically, the Foreign Assistance Act includes torture, cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, prolonged detention without charges and trial, causing the disappearance of persons by the abduction and clandestine detention of those persons, and other flagrant denial of the right to life, liberty, or the security of a person. H.R. 6968, however, radically strikes and replaces the current definition of what constitutes an actionable offense with language that is not defined and is being done tonight without the benefit of hearings or due diligence. Under the new language, the President may impose sanctions on any individual if responsible for or complicit in what they call serious human rights abuse. Exactly what does that mean? There's no definition. How is that phrase defined? How elastic is it? Especially when it's not linked to any international treaty or covenant. What does indirectly engaged mean? How indirect? Guilt by association? The Global Magnitsky Act got it right. It was bipartisan, and it links sanctions to internationally recognized human rights. I hope the Senate will take a look at this. This is an egregious mistake. Yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to reserve for...
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Putin's decision to bring this horrific tragedy upon the people of Ukraine is rightly to be condemned. And it's right at this moment in history that we do not fund this aggression by proxy through the purchase and importing of Russian oil. But it's also tragic that the Biden administration and Democrats in this chamber would rather turn to dictatorial terrorist sponsoring regimes to fill the energy gap rather than the world-renowned work ethic and innovation of the American people. This administration should be doing everything it can to ramp up production and increase energy exports. Back home in Texas, we know that one of the best ways this can be achieved is by investing in our ports, like the Port of Corpus Christi in my district. Increasing U.S. energy exports can provide relief and hope for the Ukrainian people. It can give Europe the assurance it needs to break away from Russian energy and provide relief and economic opportunity for American families. It's past time to stop the Biden's assault on American energy and restore America's energy dominance. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
We continue to reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I share concerns that others have raised on the process of us getting here. But I rise today in favor of banning Russian energy imports, and I urge the Biden administration to work on all of the above domestic energy strategy. While I'm glad that we are stopping the flow of U.S. capital to the Kremlin, I am concerned that prices will rise without a plan to support domestic energy production. Our national security will also be at risk as the administration looks to countries like Iran and Venezuela to fuel our communities. The more we rely on authoritarian regimes, the more we hurt our economy, national security, and environment. Energy security is national security. We need responsible energy solutions to expand domestic energy supply chains and lower costs for consumers. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from California yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts
We
is
continue to reserve, Mr.
The gentleman
Speaker.
from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you to my friend from Texas. Mr. Speaker, the Suspending Energy Imports from Russia Act has a great name, but the bill doesn't live up to its name. Let me just read a little from the text because it is the text that matters. On page 2, Prohibition of Energy Products, this bill bans nothing until 45 days after enactment. Ukraine doesn't have 45 days. Under Section 2A2, titled Authority to Allow Importation Under Contract. Why are we even having this section when the idea was to ban Russian oil, not to allow importation? I quote, "The President may allow certain products to be imported into the United States pursuant to a written contract that was entered into before the date of enactment of this act." So the bold statement from paragraph 1 that all oil products from Russian Federation shall be banned from importation just got eviscerated, shot full of holes, leakier than a sieve, because every barrel of oil coming into the United States is covered under a contract, so every barrel is exempted for the length of the contract. No business makes millions of dollars of purchases without a contract. This bill is smoke and mirrors intent on deceiving the American people that the Democrat majority and the Biden administration is doing something bold when in reality it is a false start. Penalty on the field.
Expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, for 1.5 minutes.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Putin thought he could divide us because our last president served Russian interests so very well, fawning over Putin, unrelenting criticism of our allies, undermining NATO, preferring Putin's word over American patriots, repeatedly pitting one American against another. And recently, as Putin massed tanks on the Ukrainian border, President Biden was not the one who hailed Putin's action as genius. As Putin ordered troops into Ukraine, it wasn't President Biden who called Putin's terror a peacekeeping mission, who then called Putin very savvy. And last Friday, as Russian bombs were killing hundreds of Ukrainians, it was not Biden's trusted advisor who said Putin had been, quote, too gentle, who called President Zelensky a puppet and blamed him for failing to appease Putin by declaring, quote, a neutral Ukraine. As Biden has tried to unite, Trump and his cronies cannot stop licking Putin's boots, even as Putin was using those boots to kick Ukrainians in the teeth. And sadly, many of those who've come to criticize our president and his effort to bring us together, they have been sadly and totally mute, unable to voice a word of disapproval of those who would divide us, of Putin's apologist-in-chief here in America. Let's unite and stand with Ukrainian patriots and approve this bill. I yield back.
The gentleman's time is expired. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yielding myself 15 seconds, I'll just point out all of that was nonsense. Truth of the matter is, it was Democrat President Clinton who forced Ukraine to turn over 1,800 nuclear weapons to Russia. President Obama who stood by when Putin took over parts of Ukraine. And now under President Biden, we stand by while he looks to invade and take over a sovereign nation. With that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting where we find ourselves right now. Just a few years ago, in fact, within the last year, we have advocated for banning Russian oil. We've advocated for it. Guess who has opposed it? On the record, voting against banning Russian oil. It's a really interesting place where we find ourselves, where all of a sudden things have turned and folks have realized, oh my goodness, we've got to change our position. We've got to flip-flop. And we now have to ban Russian oil. Mr. Speaker, look at the policies of this administration. Look at the policies of my friends on the other side of the aisle. We have seen record high prices. We have seen record increases in greenhouse gas emissions, and we have seen record insecurity in energy, record energy insecurity as a result of these policies. We have letters from Democrat members of Congress to the administration begging them to work with OPEC plus nations to increase their oil and gas production. We have had a more than doubling of our importation of crude oil from Russia under this administration. The administration's failed policies have limited us to what they will tell you are two options and only two options. We can either buy Russian oil and fund Ukraine aggression, the aggression of Putin into Ukraine, or we can pay higher prices in the United States. This bill fails to address the underlying problem and to actually provide a solution. Mr. Speaker, you've seen these administration officials. Who are they talking to right now to backfill the production from Russia? Who are they talking to? They're talking to Venezuela. They're talking to Iran. They're talking to the Saudis. We're going to find ourselves right back in this situation. So the good news is that we have a solution for you. We have a solution. We can actually do what the president said in this very chamber last week. We can buy American. We can buy American energy. Let's buy American energy. Not Saudi, not Venezuela, not Russian. Let's buy American energy because we have 38 billion barrels of energy, of oil we can produce here and trillions of cubic feet of natural gas. We can do it safer here, we can do it cleaner here, and that's what the motion to recommit allows. It allows us to unleash American energy opportunities, to unleash jobs in America, to unleash opportunities for Americans to go back to work and unleash the economic activity associated with it. We can export liquefied natural gas from America to our allies in Europe and not have them 40% dependent upon energy from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, continuing to this day to fund his activities attacking the Ukraine and causing human rights violations all over that country. I want to remind you, Mr. Speaker, it was President Biden that lifted the sanctions that effectively facilitated the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and it was President Biden who more than doubled the importation of crude oil from Russia.
The gentleman's time is expired. Gentleman's time is expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This evening's debate is about holding Putin accountable for his unprovoked attack on the Ukrainian people. What we're talking about here is responsibly using trade policy as a powerful tool, not only to condemn Putin's aggression and pursue peace, but to act. I hope that this moment, when we are in such a dire state, we would not use the opportunity for just partisan argument, but try to focus very hard on the real task at hand, and that's holding Putin accountable. And I continue to reserve, Mr. Speaker.
From Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am prepared to close when Chairman Neal is as well. You ready?
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield myself as much time as I may consume. So, Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill to the Committee on Ways and Means. I'd also like to ask unanimous consent to have my amendment that suspends permanent normal trade relations with Russia included in the record.
Without objection.
While there is broad agreement to stop imports of Russian energy, to stand with Ukraine, Congress does need to do more. And that's what this motion does. And as we talked earlier, when we talked about amending the rule to offer American-made energy production, the idea of doing sanctions without American energy production is incomplete at best. But when it comes to trade with Russia, we also need to take stronger steps, stronger bipartisan steps. We had a good bipartisan agreement that stopped oil imports from Russia, but also removed preferential trade on other products from Russia. The bill we're voting on today allows about 40% of the total products we buy from Russia to receive preferential trade treatment. That's why we're so disappointed and puzzled about why this provision was removed from the bill, because I believe that there is sincerely broad, strong, bipartisan support in Congress to remove and suspend that. And I know that Chairman Neal is committed to working together toward that goal. Because by not revoking PNTR, Russia enjoys the same preferential trade status and lower tariffs as all our American allies. Ironically, unless we change the bill, Russia will maintain the same trade status on non-energy products like Russian diamonds and vodka as Ukraine, the country they invaded. That is not right by any measure. We need to be tougher. We need to be tougher together. Congress can lead by passing this motion to recommit, which simply substitutes the bipartisan agreement we reached that both shuts down Russian oil imports and removes the preferential trade status for all the other products we import from Russia. America needs to lead. Congress needs to lead to take this important bipartisan step and vote yes on the motion to recommit. I strongly believe the effort in this bill to immediately stop purchases on Russia has support and should have support from every American. But we need to do more, and I urge our colleagues, I urge our president to stand with us with strong economic sanctions and more American-made energy to replace Russian oil. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am prepared to close. Trade policy is a powerful tool, and this evening we will have this opportunity not only to condemn Putin's aggression, but just as importantly, to act upon it. This legislation to ban the import of Russian energy products and evaluate Russia's access to WTO will help to hold this brutal dictator accountable. We can and will do more. I will continue to explore, as Mr. Brady noted, how we can utilize the full jurisdiction of the committee to stand up to Putin and to protect the Ukrainian people. Let me, however, take a moment to congratulate Joe Biden for the manner in which he has assembled a multilateral alliance across the globe to condemn and to combat this dictator. When you consider that not only have our traditional allies in NATO, which was condemned at one time, we now can understand why it has been so enduring. But just as importantly, beyond Western Europe and NATO, the Swiss, the Finns, the Swedes, the Japanese, the Kenyans, like much the rest of the civilized world, have stood with us in this moment of challenge. Tonight, let us all stand with the Ukrainian people and support this legislation. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 973, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say yes. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
To prohibit the importation of energy products of the Russian Federation for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Brady of Texas moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 6968, to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 973, I call up H.R. 2471 with the Senate amendment thereto, and I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the title, designate the Senate amendment, and report the motion.
H.R. 2471, an act to measure the progress of post-disaster recovery and efforts to address corruption, governance, rule of law, and media freedoms in Haiti. Senate amendment. Mr. Laurel of Connecticut moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 2471 with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-35, modified by the amendment printed in House Report 117-269.
Pursuant to House Resolution 973, the motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the committees on appropriation or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, and the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 2471.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Speaker, I rise in support of our 2022 government funding legislation. This package makes historic investments in the middle class and people who are living paycheck to paycheck. They deserve a government that, instead of catering to the wealthy and big corporations, bends over backwards to support them by providing a 6.7% increase for non-defense funding, the largest increase in 4 years. That is exactly what we are doing. What a marker we have put down. That is translated into funding for agriculture, increased by 6%, energy and water increased by 6.6%, 5.7% increase for financial services and general government, 5.2% increase for interior and environment, and a 7.5% increase for transportation and housing, 11.8% increase for legislative branch, which includes support for the Capitol Police, who put their lives on the line defending this body, and a 7.5% increase for labor, health, and human services and education to support Americans at every stage of their lives. That is what this bill represents after years of stalled investment in each area. And with the funding included in this package, we are helping working families with the cost of living. We are helping students pay for the high cost of education and giving hardworking families a better chance to own their own homes. And we are connecting with rural communities to the internet so that they can reach their full potential. We are putting Americans back to work by creating jobs here in America, helping small businesses, supporting job training, rebuilding our infrastructure, including unlocking the full funding provided by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. We are supporting the vulnerable by feeding the hungry and the food insecure through nutrition, assistance, making housing more affordable, addressing gender-based violence. And we are tackling our toughest challenges, confronting climate change through environmental enforcement. We are supporting environmental justice with $100 million, an $83 million increase over last year. We are making historic investments in clean energy and climate science. By rebuilding our public health infrastructure, investing in life-saving biomedical research, with $3.2 billion, an increase of $104 million for HIV/AIDS research, confronting urgent health crises. We are making health care more affordable for more Americans. And we are going to ensure that big corporations and the wealthy pay their fair share to support these investments by increasing funding for the IRS to $12.6 billion. Think about the leaders that we hope to emulate as we entered public life, all of us. Leaders like Frances Perkins, the first woman to serve as a U.S. Secretary of Labor and one of the principal architects of the New Deal. She once said, and I quote, "I came to Washington to work for God, for FDR, and the millions of forgotten, plain, common working men, and I add women." She, as well as my parents, told me to battle for working people, never to take no for an answer. They said work for the everyday citizen. And that is why, with this government funding legislation, that is why we are here tonight as well, to stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. As the world watches in horror, civilians, including children, the ill, expectant mothers, are being targeted by Russia's unprovoked and utterly inhumane attacks. We are becoming witness to one of the worst humanitarian crises we have seen in generations, which is why this bill provides $13.6 billion in humanitarian assistance, defense support, and economic aid to help the Ukrainian people in their most desperate hour of need. We care for our service members and our veterans by providing $224 million for the military's child development centers, strengthening the VA with $598 million for suicide prevention outreach of veterans, and $840 million for gender-specific care and programmatic efforts for women. At Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education, which I am honored to chair, we go even further to expand access to education, Head Start, childcare, life-saving biomedical research, public health, maternal health, mental health, job training, and worker protection. And we support workers and support the skills they need to succeed. We deliver for our students by providing the largest increase to Pell Grants since the Recovery Act of 2009, by investing $14.5 billion for special education programs, $75 million for full-service community schools, $17.5 billion to support low-income students. We're giving millions of students a chance to access higher education and unlock a lifetime of opportunity. We make health care more affordable and accessible. $8.5 billion for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. We bolstered the public health infrastructure. We confront pressing health crises with $1 billion for maternal and child health, $2 billion for mental health, and $3.9 billion for substance use treatment. Finally, we are strengthening life-saving biomedical research, accelerating the pace of scientific breakthroughs with $6.9 billion for the National Cancer Institute, $1 billion to establish the Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, ARPA-H. Together, we are accelerating the pace of scientific breakthroughs for diseases such as ALS, Alzheimer's, diabetes, and cancer. I must, however, express my disappointment that the Hyde Amendment remains in this bill. I am the first Appropriations Chair since 1977 to remove it, because I understand that this is an offensive and discriminatory policy which has shut out countless women from the reproductive health care that they deserve for more than 40 years. While Republicans blocked our efforts, I will never stop fighting to ensure equal treatment for women. The 10 bills in this package include community projects funding, which meets the urgent needs in districts across the country, sends a clear message to the American people that Congress is working for them. As I conclude, as Frances Perkins, who said in her farewell address, and I quote, "There is always a large horizon, and it is up to us to contribute some small part to a program of human betterment for all time." And I believe that through this government funding package, we are proving that that horizon is not only large, but it is endless. There is no limit to what we can achieve. And for the first time in a long time, I believe we show just how government can work for working people once again and to achieve the betterment of humankind. And with that, I urge your support for this transformative investment in working families and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from the great state of Connecticut reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2471, a bill that will provide funding for the federal government through the end of this fiscal year. While it's taken us far too long to get here, I'm glad we were able to produce a bill that includes many funding priorities that I support. Since last summer, I've made it clear that those Republicans, the House of Republicans, would oppose appropriations bills unless they increase defense spending, restrain non-defense spending, include all long-standing policy provisions, and do not include any poison pill riders. After months of negotiation, we reached a deal that meets all four of these criteria. The bill before us increases defense spending by roughly 6%, which is $4.5 billion above the NDAA, reflects the President's proposed 16% increase in non-defense spending, includes the Hyde Amendment and other critical pro-life policies, and drops other controversial language. For defense, the bill provides our military and our troops with the resources they desperately need. The roughly $42 billion increase in defense spending across all the appropriations bill will improve military readiness, start key modernization initiatives, and support our brave warfighters and their families so they can improve their quality of life. The package also contains an additional $1 billion for Israel's Iron Dome to allow Israel to replace the interceptors that were used in the most recent conflict. The bill also ensures the safety and security of the American people by increasing overall funding for Homeland Security by 11%. Including increases for immigration and customs enforcement, and customs and border protection. New funding is also included to increase staff for the Border Patrol to address the crisis at our southwest border. Because of this bill, President Trump's successful Remain in Mexico program will continue, and President Biden's plan to cancel existing border wall funding will be rejected. I'm proud to say that this bill not only funds the police, it increases resources for law enforcement agencies to address the troubling nationwide increase in crime. Also before us today is crucial assistance to help the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government respond to Russia's invasion. I know we all share the feeling of shock and grief as we witness Russia's attack on the sovereign nation of Ukraine and its aggression across innocent people. To close, I want to thank my colleagues, Chairwoman DeLauro, Senator Shelby, Senator Leahy, and the subcommittee chairs and ranking members for their work on this bill. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the items in this bill that enhance our national security, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, the chair of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Energy and Water, Ms. Capter.
The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please let me thank Chair DeLauro for your persevering leadership on this critical bill, and I'd like to thank Ranking Member Simpson for his productive partnership, as well as the Energy and Water Subcommittee staff and Majority Clerk Jamie Shimmick for their work. The Energy and Water Division of this bill is an historic investment in American jobs, in innovation and competitiveness. It engages and advances all energy technologies to assure America's energy independence in perpetuity and for our security while sustaining life on Earth. Our bill deserves and delivers for the American people by investing $8.3 billion in the Army Corps of Engineers to rebuild America's water infrastructure and prepare for increasing rainfall, rising sea levels, and desertification. $1.92 billion in the Bureau of Reclamation for the West's water management. $44.9 billion in the Department of Energy, including $3.2 billion for energy efficiency and renewable energy programs to spur good-paying jobs and lower costs for the middle class. Importantly, our bill responsibly funds our nuclear deterrent and enhances non-proliferation efforts. In sum, the Energy and Water Division builds forward for America's critical goals. Our bill invests in the hardworking men and women who make, build, and grow America. Now more than ever, our bill is needed to unleash American progress in this new century. And finally, as chair of the Congressional Ukraine Caucus, I want to highlight the Congress's swift and essential support for Ukraine on a bipartisan basis. It is this House, as Article 1 of the Constitution, that has always led on providing aid to Ukraine. The $13.6 billion in emergency funding includes vital resources for Ukraine and her brave people to meet their urgent economic and humanitarian needs. Slava Ukraina. I urge my colleagues to support this measure unanimously. Yield back and thank you.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky, the former chairman of the Committee on Appropriations and the ranking member of State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, Mr. Rogers, for 5 minutes.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady for the introduction. Mr. Speaker, I want to salute Chairman DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger, full committee, for putting together a final appropriations package for the year. It's a fair compromise that includes funding for many priorities here at home and abroad. As ranking member of the State Foreign Operations Subcommittee, I want to highlight a few priorities included in the SFOP section of the bill that provides critical funding to our allies and partners during a time of great angst around the globe. Although essential military and economic aid for the brave people of Ukraine is included elsewhere in the bill as an emergency supplemental appropriations, base funding for state foreign operations is essential to our national security. Following the chaotic Afghan withdrawal by this administration and a full-scale assault on Ukraine by President Putin, It's critically important that this Congress send a signal to the rest of the world that the United States stands by its allies and its partners. We do so here by including $3.3 billion in foreign military financing for Israel and robust continued support for other key partners in the Middle East, like Egypt and Jordan. Funding has also increased for our efforts to counter the malign influence of the Chinese government. In our own hemisphere, the bill increases funding for one of our most important partners in the region, Colombia, as they continue to work to thwart drug producers and traffickers. The bill also prioritizes funding to address the flow of fentanyl and other synthetic opioids into the United States from Mexico and China. I'm also pleased to report that the agreement restores all protections for the unborn that are in current law, including a prohibition on the use of funds to pay for abortion. At no time should U.S. taxpayer dollars be used to kill the unborn. We must always protect the sanctity of life. Finally, the omnibus provides critical resources for southern and eastern Kentucky, I'm proud to say. It continues our fight against the opioid epidemic, which is as important now as it ever has been. It provides record funding for my Abandoned Mine Lands Economic Revitalization Program, which is creating new economic opportunities across Appalachia and throughout my district. And it includes my community project funding request, which will provide important resources to our first responders, help protect Kentuckians from future floods, improve access to clean water, fight the scourge of opioids, improve medical care, and promote economic growth. This bill is a substantial improvement on the House-passed bill, and I commend our chairwoman and ranking member for their hard work on this package. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge a yes vote and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Chair of the Subcommittee of Appropriations on Defense, Ms. McCollum.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Consolidated Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2022. As Chair of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, I want to thank Ranking Member Calvert for his partnership, Chair DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger for their leadership. For FY 2022, the defense bill provides a total of $728.5 billion. That's a $32.5 billion amount above the 21 level. The House bill that I wrote was a much lower number, but this is the number I was instructed to mark up to. So we prioritize critical investments in our most important national security asset, our servicemen, women, and their families. Here are a few examples. A 2.7% pay raise for over 2 million uniformed service members and 750,000 DoD civilian employees. An additional 167 so all DoD personnel can earn at least a $15 minimum wage. An additional $379 million for basic housing and substance allowances so our service members can feed their children properly. $79 million to enact the Independent Review Commission on Sexual Assault in the Military. $37 billion for defense, health, and medical research programs, including $577 million for cancer research. Historic levels of DoD investments in clean energy, climate adaptation, and facility resilience. $486 million increase over environmental restoration activities, including $210 million for PFAS and PFOA cleanup. An additional $668 million to respond to the Red Hill fuel spill in Hawaii. This bill confronts Vladimir Putin's illegal and unjust invasion of Ukraine by providing robust funding for Ukraine's security initiative and NATO's partners and allies. This bill is long overdue. It's time for Congress to do our work to pass this omnibus bill and fund our government. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Idaho, the ranking member of the Energy and Water Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding time.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of the fiscal year 2022 Omnibus Appropriations Bill, and particularly the Energy and Water Development and Related Agencies Appropriation Act. As ranking member of the subcommittee, I say to my colleagues, it is a strong bill and deserves bipartisan support. There are, of course, things I would have done differently had I been the only one writing the bill. I'm sure my chairwoman would be able to say the same thing. But that's the nature of bipartisanship negotiations. Everyone has to give a little in order to get what each needs most. First and foremost, this bill strongly supports our national nuclear security programs, providing $20.7 billion, which is an increase of almost $1 billion above fiscal year 2021 and above the Biden administration's budget request. This funding supports the maintenance and modernization of our nuclear weapons complex and supports the Navy's nuclear propulsion program. Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund activities at the Corps of Engineers are funded at more than $2 billion in accordance with the Water Resources Development Act of 2020. Efforts to guard our energy sector against cyber attacks are increased above last year and even above both House and Senate bills. The bill continues investments in a wide array of energy sources, including fossil energy, hydropower, energy storage, and one of my highest priorities, nuclear energy. The bill provides $1.65 billion for nuclear energy, including increased funding for the Advanced Small Modular Reactor Program, continued support for the Advanced Reactors Demonstration Programs, and initiation of a new program to ensure a domestic supply of high-assay, low-enriched uranium that will be necessary for many of the advanced reactor design currently under development. Before I yield back, I'd like to note the hard work of our full committee leadership, my ranking member Kay Granger, as well as Chair DeLauro. Energy and Water Chairwoman Capter and I again worked well together with our Senate partners, Senator Feinstein and Senator Kennedy. Finally, I'd like to thank the staff on both sides of the aisle for their hard work to help bring this bill to completion. The majority staff, Jamie Shimmick, Scott McKee, Brian Smith, Michael Brain, Will Ostertag, and Lauren Luck, and on the Republican side, Angie Giancarlo, and from my personal office, Sarah Cannon. The fiscal year 2022 Energy and Water Bill is a good bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from the great state of Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the chair of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Military Construction and Veterans Affairs, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this far-reaching spending bill that lowers costs, creates jobs, and rethreads our safety net. As chair of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, I'm very proud of our funding for veterans, service members, and their families. We steer $14.9 billion to critical base infrastructure, to add new barracks and child care centers, and rid military family housing of mold and lead. It also invests in climate change and energy resilience on bases, devoting $150 million to PFAS contamination cleanup. It provides more to NATO and the European Deterrence Initiative, devoting $631 million to confront Russian aggression. For Veterans Affairs, it provides $112 billion to tackle disability claim backlogs, boost medical research, fully fund veteran medical care, and make major investments in women's health and mental health and suicide and homelessness prevention. Thank you to Ranking Member Judge Carter and Ranking Member Granger for our close work together on this good bill, and to both the majority and minority staff. I'm very proud of what this bill delivers to Florida, like investing $2 million into the Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety Grant Program to curb drownings. We also add a record $350 million to restore the Everglades, the lifeblood of South Florida. This on top of the $1.1 billion President Biden just allocated to our River of Grass in the bipartisan infrastructure law. Florida cities win too, because we unleash infrastructure funds and provide local government formula funding and funds local community projects for the first time in more than a decade. For Dania Beach, that's $3 million to rebuild the C.W. Thomas Park Community Center. In Sunrise, it's $2 million for flood protection. There is tons more, from increased breast cancer screenings and reauthorizing the Violence Against Women Act to provide life-saving funds to curb domestic violence and sexual assault. We even create a cancer screening program for disadvantaged communities that honors our departed dear friend, Alcee Hastings. This bill helps every American every day. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee, the ranking member of Homeland Security Subcommittee, Mr. Fleischman, for 5 minutes.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Madam Ranking Member, thank you for all of your hard work on this arduous project, this omnibus bill. I also want to extend my thanks to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Chair DeLauro and Chair Roybal Allard, for their hard work. We disagree with many of the things that the majority has put forth in this, but we in the minority have gotten a lot of key wins for the American people in this bill. Coming over, Mr. Speaker, tonight, in a cold, damp Washington evening, I was thinking about what I would say. This is a job well done. I rise in support of this bill. This is not the bill that I would have written. This is certainly not the bill that the majority would have written. But within this beltway, within this town, we have a dialect. We have a Washington speak sometimes that should and does befuddle the American people. So tonight, a time for straight talk. Straight talk means that the needs of our nation, the needs of the United States of America, change on an annual basis. The world doesn't change. The world doesn't stay the same. A few weeks ago, the world changed for the worse when Russia invaded the sovereign nation of Ukraine. Things change. Priorities change. Funding needs change. That's why, as appropriators, we come together every year and ideally address the nation's changing needs, whether in defense, in education, Department of Energy, in my case, Homeland Security, to address the needs of the American people. Now, this is an omnibus bill. Omni from the Greek, meaning all. Not chromni, meaning some, but all. Now, think about that. In one of the most partisan charged times in American history, Republicans and Democrats, senators and members of the House and the White House can come together and forge an agreement that gets all 12 bills done. To the American people watching, this is an accomplishment. It's not perfect, of course it's not. Now, the priorities that I champion in this bill: $1.9 billion to build the wall. Very important. I know the majority rather, doesn't like that. We got that in. The Iron Dome. I stood in this chamber a few months ago, and I bellowed at the majority for stripping that out. I was very upset that day, and I knew a lot of people in the majority wanted Iron Dome in there, like all the Republicans did as well. We got that in this bill. Our beloved ally, Israel, now will be able to defend itself with the Iron Dome. Our great United States Coast Guard will be getting more ships and more funding in the Homeland bill. ICE beds will be funded. So there's a lot of key priorities. And yes, I respectfully and strongly disagree with Chair DeLauro when she was talking about her opposition to the Hyde Amendment. And she, as a right to her opinion, that's what is great about this chamber. But we have the Hyde protections in this bill to protect the unborn. That is law in America, and that will remain law in America. And those Hyde protections to make sure that the right to life, that sacred right to life, is never paid for, abortions are never paid for by the American taxpayer. So what it was a compromise. There were some things in this bill, obviously, that I don't particularly care for, but key missions through the Department of Energy in my beloved city of Oak Ridge. My goodness, when we vote for this, please know that in the Department of Energy, the NNSA, the National Nuclear Security Administration, that is in the Department of Energy, funds to keep our nation's nuclear arsenal safe and secure. The funding is there for the uranium processing facility, $600 million. So this is a compromise bill. There's no question about that. But think about this. To my friends in the majority and in the majority, to all the staff, my gosh, who worked tirelessly to get this bill done. That's not easy work because of the bona fide differences that exist between the parties. We have gotten it done for the American people. No, it's not perfect, but yes, it is good. It's going to help the people of Ukraine, It's going to help our country move forward. And I thank the Speaker. I yield back and urge a yes
The
vote.
gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the chairman of the Appropriations Subcommittee in Commerce, Justice, Science, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this omnibus bill, in particular the Commerce, Justice, and Science title of the bill in commerce. It makes smart investments that create American jobs, good-paying American jobs with economic growth. It supports American manufacturing. In justice, it makes funding increases for the police, creating better circumstances for public safety, for fighting crime, reducing gang and gun violence, and in hate crime prevention. And with science, it provides robust support for things Americans are proud of, like NASA, the National Science Foundation, climate science research. Mr. Speaker, I thank the staff for a lot of hard work on this bill. I thank Ranking Member Adderholt for working with me, and I urge support for this package. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from California, the ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee, Mr. Calvert, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the chair, and I certainly thank the Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this omnibus appropriations package. As the ranking member of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, I want to outline why America's position in the world depends on the passage of this bipartisan bill. But first, I want to thank Chair DeLauro for her hard work, and certainly Ranking Member Granger for putting this together. And especially I want to thank my partner and friend, Chair Betty McCollum, for the hard work that they put into this bill to make it a reality. And certainly the staff on both sides who have been working day and night to put this together, and certainly my clerk, Johnny Kimberly, who has done a yeoman's job of getting this done. Over the last several weeks, we've witnessed Russia invade a sovereign nation, indiscriminately killing civilians to the horror of the world. As a matter of fact, just a few hours ago, a maternity ward was bombed by Russia, killing new mothers and babies, just a few hours ago. And while this happens, President Xi, Kim Jong-un, and other autocrats are watching closely to see how the United States will respond. I firmly believe that today we are closer to a large-scale conflict with a near-peer adversary than we've been in recent memory. We must get this bill to the President's desk as soon as possible to respond to these acts of aggression. Weakness is provocative, and a year-long continuing resolution would undoubtedly demonstrate weakness on a global scale. Included in the defense portion of this bill are many priorities for members of both parties that will strengthen our military. These include 13 new Navy ships, increased investment in the next generation capability like hypersonics, full funding for our nuclear modernization, investment in our service members and their families. And as ranking member, I fought hard to make sure this bill gets the DoD what it needs. We began hearings for the fiscal year 2022 saying that the Mattis National Defense Strategy is the correct strategy, that we need a 3 to 5% net real growth above inflation for fiscal years 2022 to 2025. Although nobody anticipated inflation at the levels we've seen, I'm proud to say the Republicans secured a 6% funding increase over last year's funding level. I'm also proud to say that we worked closely with the Armed Services and Intelligence Committee to make sure all the priorities across national security were addressed. Thanks to the bipartisan commitment of my chair, Betty McCollum, House Republicans were able to secure over 2,000 member finding priorities on my side of the aisle, like additional Strykers, C-130Js, F-35 modernization, and critical programs. I thank Chair McCollum for her staff and her hard work on this package. Failing to pass this piece of legislation will only further extend the devastating effects of our military readiness, modernization, and lethality we have witnessed over the last 6 months. In closing, another 10 seconds, Madam Chairman.
Minute.
The gentleman is recognized for a minute.
As the world watches
we must send the message that this Congress stands ready to strengthen its military, to stand by its allies, and continue to make the world a safer and more prosperous place. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
The gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairwoman for yielding. I would like to engage in a colloquy with Chair DeLauro regarding the strategic long-range